Douluo, I am the Ice Archer, my ice power is invincible. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author, we do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201, A Battle Between Strong Men. Xiao Han's voice was cold and firm, and every word seemed to contain 1,000-pound force, striking people's hearts. Bibi Dong's mouth curled up with a sneer. Xiao Han, your growth is indeed beyond my expectations. I don't know what method you used. Do you think that you can defeat me with your powerful spirit ring configuration? Naive. Before the voice fell, Bibi Dong's spirit power surged around her body, and black mist lingered, as if to swallow everything around her. The 9 spirit rings on her body also shone brightly, especially the 100,000-year spirit ring. You are so shameless. Let me show you what the power of death is. Bibi Dong launched a tentative attack on Xiao Han. The 3rd spirit ring on her body suddenly flashed. The 3rd spirit skill, Death Spider Web Binding, was activated instantly. Deep purple spider webs spewed out from her mouth, carrying a mist of purple poisonous gas, and quickly enveloped Xiao Han. The spider web can expand rapidly while approaching the opponent. Once the opponent is entangled, the toxins on the spider silk will invade the opponent's body. An opponent who is not strong enough will be poisoned and die in an instant. Each death spider web is woven from a lot of spider silk, and there are also many holes. Even if Xiao Han's ice arrows can hit the spider web, most of them will pass through the gaps. Even if they hit the spider silk, it will be useless. Unless every arrow Xiao Han shoots is an ice explosion arrow. Therefore, Bibi Dong used this trick to tentatively attack Xiao Han to see how Xiao Han would deal with it. Facing the overwhelming death spider web, Xiao Han was not panicked at all. He did not dodge the attack of the death spider web, but his eyes were like torches, and a chill emanated from his body. The soul power in his body surged, and the defense skill of the 100,000-year left arm soul bone was instantly activated. A layer of crystal clear, indestructible ice quickly covered Xiao Han's whole body, like an ice armor. The deep purple spider webs, with deadly poison and overwhelming might, were frozen instantly when they touched the ice on Xiao Han's body, losing their original vitality and threat. A mere trifle, Xiao Han sneered, his eyes revealing contempt for Bibi Dong's tentative attack. As Bibi Dong's soul power continued to be output, one death spider web after another followed. Like crazy spiders, they tried to overwhelm Xiao Han with numbers and speed. However, without exception, these spider webs were all frozen by Xiao Han's ice armor, piling up into purple spider web mountain. The poisonous gas lingering on it was also suppressed by Xiao Han's coldness and could not dissipate. At this moment, Xiao Han was like a moving fortress, wrapped in dense spider webs and hard ice. He was not panicked at all. Obviously, this continuous attack did not pose a substantial threat to him. Bibi Dong, you asked for this. Xiao Han's voice penetrated the battlefield, clearly and coldly reaching everyone's ears. Then, he made an amazing move. He exerted his strength suddenly, and with the weight of ice and spider webs, he swooped down directly from the air, like a comet carrying the power of destruction, heading straight for the enemy camp. The huge sphere composed of countless spider webs and ice drew a dazzling track in the air. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be frozen, leaving white frost marks. Boom! With a loud bang. When Xiao Han and the sphere composed of death spider webs and ice collided with the enemy, the ice suddenly exploded, as if it had been detonated. Countless ice fragments carrying poisonous spider silk, like ice rain flying all over the sky, with piercing coldness and deadly toxins, poured down towards the Soul Master army of Douluo. Those ice fragments contaminated by the poison of the Death Spider King were terrifying. Not only were they extremely fast, but each piece was as sharp as a knife, enough to penetrate the defense of ordinary Soul Masters. The enemy camp instantly fell into chaos. The Soul Masters used their soul skills to try to resist the sudden poisonous ice rain attack. Those ice fragments contaminated by poisonous spider silk not only have amazing physical attack power, but also have toxins that are hard to defend against. Many Soul Masters were hit by the fragments when they were unable to dodge, and their faces turned pale and their bodies were shaky. Some even fell directly to the ground and lost their combat effectiveness. Xiao Han's attack not only demonstrated his powerful strength and wisdom, but also completely broke the balance of the battlefield, making the enemy army, which was already at a disadvantage, even worse. And all this was just the beginning of the battle. Bibi was at a disadvantage in the initial battle with Xiao Han. Looking at the miserable state of those soul masters, Bibi was furious. Many of those people were soul masters of the new Wuhan Hall. She was reaping the fruits of her own labor. Xiao Han, I'm going to kill you. Bibi was ready to attack Xiao Han again. But Xiao Han had already made preparations in advance and turned defense into offense. Countless ice arrows poured down towards Bibi like a meteor shower. Facing Xiao Han's sudden attack, Bibi's fourth soul ring suddenly flashed and activated a thorn bead armor. This is a powerful single-target defense skill. Purple-black thorns over a meter long were densely covered every part of Bibi's body. The purple armor on her body also became particularly thick, but it did not affect her speed. Those thorns are all highly toxic and can be used to attack opponents while defending. Facing Xiao Han's overwhelming rain of arrows, Bibi dodged while trying to launch a counterattack. Just as Xiao Han and Bibi were fighting fiercely, the sky suddenly dimmed, and several powerful auras quickly approached. With a roar, several other titled Douluo from the Wuhan Empire descended on the battlefield. Their arrival made the already tense atmosphere even more solemn. The demon-subduing Douluo held the panlong stick, exuding a strong aura all over his body, and his eyes were directly locked on Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao, you ran away last time, but you won't be so lucky today. The voice of the demon-subduing Douluo echoed on the battlefield like thunder. Hearing this, Tang Xiao raised his eyebrows and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Humph! If it weren't for the joint siege of you last time, how could I retreat so easily? Today, if you are really capable, challenge me in a one-on-one duel and see who runs away. The demon-subduing Douluo laughed loudly, raised the panlong stick in his hand, and pointed directly at Tang Xiao. One-on-one duel? Why would I be afraid of you? Today, let's fight it out. Whoever runs away is a jerk. Before the voice fell, the two of them flashed and were already fighting. Tang Xiao's clear sky hammer collided with the panlong stick of the demon-subduing Douluo, accompanied by a deafening roar, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart. At the same time, Qianjin Douluo and Guangling Douluo locked their targets on Jian Douluo Chengxin. Chapter 202 Defeat Bibi. Jian Douluo Chengxin, with his sharp swordsmanship and ruthless attacks, is known as the titled Douluo with the strongest attack. After receiving the amplification from Ningfengzi, he is even more powerful, and his strength should not be underestimated. Last time, Guangling Douluo did not take advantage of him, and that was when he was distracted and took care of Ningfengzi. This time, Jin Ringsu was more serious. She wanted to completely wipe out those strong men who helped the Xingluo Empire. So, let Guangling Douluo and Qianjin Douluo join forces to deal with Jian Douluo. Jin Ringsu smiled and said, Jian Dao Chengxin, it is not easy for you to cultivate to this point. Why do you have to disregard your life for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect? If you are willing to surrender to the Spirit Hall, we will not hold you accountable, and we will also treat you with courtesy. Faced with Jin Ringsu's persuasion to surrender, Jian Douluo did not waver at all. I appreciate your kindness. As the guardian of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, I will not surrender to the Spirit Hall even if I die in battle. Okay, very good. If you don't accept my offer, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as Jin Ringsu finished speaking, Qianjin Douluo and Guangling Douluo flew towards Jian Douluo. Jian Douluo Chengxin remained calm, with a 7-killing sword flashing in his hand. He knew very well that today's battle was a matter of life and death. Facing the siege of 2 peak Douluos, he had to go all out. Ningfengzi also released the 7 treasures glazed tile tower spirit without hesitation, ready to provide amplification for Jian Douluo at any time. The fierce battle between several peak Douluos made the entire sky change color. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were close together. They stared at the battlefield closely, ready to respond at any time. Not attack, not defense, but escape. This level of battle is not something they can participate in at all. If they go out, they will be killed instantly. Xiao Han and Bibi's battle continued. Both sides wanted to kill each other in this battle. Bibi wanted to get rid of Xiao Han before he became stronger. Xiao Han also wanted to solve this scourge before Bibi became a god. However, he knew that it would be difficult to do at this time. Because Bibi possessed a powerful 9th soul skill, the immortal body. As long as the opponent was not a god, he would never be able to truly kill Bibi in this state. Seeing Xiao Han's strength, Bibi eyes became more solemn. She released her seventh soul skill without hesitation, the true body of the Death Spider Emperor. Her body swelled instantly, and 8 huge spider legs burst out of her abdomen, and her whole body attributes were maximized. Bibi Dong looked like a real Death Spider Emperor descended on the earth. There was a suffocating sense of oppression in the air, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted by her power. Seeing this, Xiao Han did not change his face, and released his own true ice bow and arrow soul true body without showing any weakness. His body was wrapped in a layer of light blue light, and the ice bow in his hand exuded a chilling aura that seemed to freeze time and space. Seeing this, Bibi Dong snorted coldly, and the 8th soul ring on her body suddenly flashed, activating the 8th soul skill, Spider Emperor Clone. Her body suddenly blurred and split into 2. In the blink of an eye, 2 identical Bibi Dong appeared in Xiao Han's sight, each emitting a heart-pounding breath of death. This soul skill allowed Bibi Dong to create a clone with 100% of the power of the original body. The clone has no wisdom and is completely controlled by the original body. Whether it is attacking or defending, it can reach the same level as the original body, including the use of the first 6 soul skills. However, the clone does not have the ability to use the 8th and 9th soul skills. Facing 2 identical Bibi Dongs, Xiao Han's eyes were unusually bright. His mental power was strong enough to penetrate illusions and easily distinguish which was the original body and which was the clone. Xiao Han did not act immediately, but deliberately showed a hint of hesitation. He planned to use the trick against Bibi Dong and induce her to reveal her flaws. HMPH, Xiao Han, do you think you can distract me like this? Bibi Dong sneered in her heart. Her original body and clone moved at the same time, attacking Xiao Han from the left and right sides respectively, trying to take advantage of Xiao Han's misjudgment to deliver a fatal blow. Facing the attack from both sides, Xiao Han did not intend to dodge. The 9th soul ring on his body suddenly flashed, and the blue-gold light was strong. The 9th soul skill, ready to go. Bibi Dong saw this, and her heart trembled with fear. Xiao Han's 9th soul skill was at the million-year level. Once hit, even a strong person like her would find it difficult to bear. However, she still had a glimmer of luck in her heart, thinking that Xiao Han might not be able to distinguish between her original body and clone in a short time. Sure enough, the moment Xiao Han pulled the bowstring, the arrow was aimed at Bibi Dong's clone. Bibi Dong was pleasantly surprised, thinking that this was a great opportunity to defeat Xiao Han. She immediately controlled the clone to launch the 6th soul skill, the blood-sucking spider thorn, at Xiao Han. Countless poisonous spider thorns flew towards Xiao Han like dense raindrops, trying to force him to choose between defense and attack. However, Xiao Han did not act as Bibi Dong expected. At the moment when he was about to shoot the ice arrow, golden light shone on his chest, and the million-year trunk bone skill, absolute defense, was instantly activated. A layer of golden light shield enveloped him, and he resisted the attack of the blood-sucking spider thorns with an impeccable attitude. At the same time, the ice bow in his hand was aimed at Bibi Dong's body at some point, and the bowstring was released instantly. Bibi Dong, you've fallen into the trap, as Xiao Han shouted. An arrow containing extreme coldness flew straight to Bibi Dong's body with a sound of breaking through the air. This is Xiao Han's 9th soul skill, the ice magic breaking arrow. This arrow is incredibly powerful. Not only can it easily penetrate powerful defenses, but it also contains the power of breaking magic, and has a natural restraining effect on those evil and dark forces. Faced with Xiao Han's sudden move, Bibi Dong was shocked. She never expected that Xiao Han could see through her plan in such a short time and make such a precise counterattack. At the critical moment, she had to activate her 9th soul skill, Immortal Body. Her body suddenly became illusory, as if it had turned into void of energy, trying to avoid this fatal blow. The speed and power of the ice-breaking magic arrow were beyond imagination. The moment the arrow touched Bibi Dong's body, it burst into dazzling blue light, and a powerful force exploded instantly. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire battlefield was shaking. Several peaked Douluo who were fighting fiercely stopped their actions involuntarily. They witnessed with their own eyes that Bibi Dong's virtual body was blown into pieces and scattered everywhere. Is this the power of a million-level soul skill? It's too terrifying. Is Bibi Dong dead? Just as everyone was stunned, a strange and cold laugh suddenly came from the sky. Xiao Han, do you think you can kill me like this? You are too naive. When I become a god, it will be your burial day. I will not only kill you, but also kill everyone around you. Haha. Bibi Dong's voice gradually faded away and finally disappeared into the sky. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San also disappeared together. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Battle with Sword Douluo. Bibi Dong was restricted by the Rakshasa divine test and could not exert her full strength, and was defeated by Xiao Han. Although she could not be killed by Xiao Han, she knew that it was meaningless to continue to waste time. She was worried about Yu Xiaogang's safety, so she took Yu Xiaogang and Tang San away in the chaos. The three of them came to a safe place. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang looked at each other in bewilderment at Bibi Dong's sudden withdrawal, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Teacher, Tang San was about to say something but stopped. Yu Xiaogang sighed and looked into the distance. Bibi Dong, if we leave, what about the remaining people? Bibi Dong's face was pale, and there was a bit of disappointment in her eyes when she looked at Yu Xiaogang. Although she finally escaped with her immortal body, Xiao Han's heavy blow had already seriously injured her vitality, and she could not recover in a short time. Xiaogang, I almost died at the hands of Xiao Han just now, but I still took you and Tang San away from the battlefield without hesitation. Don't I get a little care for my efforts for you? Bibi Dong, are you okay? Looking at Bibi Dong's sad eyes, Yu Xiaogang realized that he had gone too far. Bibi Dong smiled bitterly. Forget it, I'm used to it. I can't care so much. You also saw that Xiao Han's strength is too strong. If we don't rescue you two in the chaos, you will both die in his hands. Now, we must leave as soon as possible and find a chance to recover our strength and then make plans. Tang San clenched his fists, struggling in his heart. He longed for revenge, but at the moment he was too weak, and there was a huge gap between him and Xiao Han. He was saved by Bibi Dong again like a deserter, and he felt mixed emotions. Yu Xiaogang seemed to see through Tang San's thoughts and patted him on the shoulder gently. Xiao-san, remember, there is hope only when you are alive. Our goal is to become stronger. One day, we will protect everything we cherish with a stronger attitude. Tang San nodded gently, and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Bibi Dong and asked, Your Majesty, what do you mean by becoming a god when you left? Bibi Dong heard this, and a complex look flashed in her eyes. Then, she slowly said, Only by becoming a god can you truly master the rules and have the power to rewrite your fate. God? Tang San looked curious and asked, Then how can you become a god? Bibi Dong said coldly, First, you have to gain the favor of God. The road to becoming a god is extremely difficult and requires countless tests and trials. To be honest, I am accepting the inheritance of God. In order to become a god and have divine power, I am willing to give everything. Tang San frowned when he heard this. He thought of Xiao Han. Xiao Han's strength is improving so fast. Is it possible that he has also obtained the inheritance of God? Hearing this, Bibi Dong was a little flustered. She had also thought about this question. However, no one knew whether he had obtained the inheritance of God. Only Xiao Han himself knew. Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly became deep. We can't stop others from becoming stronger, so let's make ourselves stronger. I will definitely become a god before Xiao Han, and then kill him. Kill everyone around him. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San looked at each other, and the evil Bibi Dong seemed to be back again. Okay, we have to go. Bibi Dong's body was a little weak, and she had to get back to the new Wuhan Hall as soon as possible. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang both looked into the distance. They were worried about the safety of Tang Xiao, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo and others. With Bibi Dong's withdrawal, the Xingluo Empire would definitely lose. Because of Xiao Han's existence, the overall strength of the Wuhan Empire was too strong. The battlefield on the other side. Bibi Dong's escape was like pulling away the spiritual pillar of the Xingluo Empire. The battle situation, which was already in a stalemate because of her, was now even worse. The sky was shrouded in a strong fighting spirit and the smell of blood, and the faces of the soldiers of the Xingluo Empire were full of despair. They knew that once the top leaders were lost, the entire battle situation would be irreversible. On the battlefield, Tang Xiao, Jian Douluo Chenzin and Ning Fengzi once again faced a life and death test similar to the last time. But this time, the situation was more severe than the last time. Because Xiao Han became stronger again. Last time, Tang Xiao relied on his profound cultivation and the Haoshan formation to successfully delay several strong men of the Spirit Hall, winning precious time for Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi to evacuate. In the end, he used the ring explosion stunt as a cover and successfully escaped. But this time, the Spirit Hall was obviously more fully prepared. Tang Xiao, you can't escape this time, the demon subduing Douluo snorted coldly, exuding a powerful aura. He fought fiercely with Tang Xiao, and the two were evenly matched. Tang Xiao's face was solemn, knowing that the situation this time was more critical than last time. But as the leader of the Haoshan sect, he couldn't retreat easily. You guys go, Tang Xiao shouted, his body suddenly grew, and he activated the Haoshan formation again. Golden light burst out from his body, forming a huge energy field. The demon subduing Douluo attacked Tang Xiao again. Seeing this, Qianjin Douluo also flew towards Tang Xiao. On the other side of the battlefield, Xiao Han's figure appeared in front of Jian Dao Chenzin like a ghost. Jian Daoluo's eyes were like torches, and the 7 killing sword in his hand shone with cold light. Although he had not yet confronted Xiao Han head-on, he knew how strong Xiao Han was. Without the slightest hesitation, Jian Daoluo directly used the 7th soul skill, the 7 killing true body, to increase his combat power to the strongest. The 7 sword key instantly turned into 7 streams of light, each of which contained a terrifying force that was enough to cut through space and went straight to Xiao Han. Facing Jian Daoluo's powerful attack, Xiao Han instantly activated the invincible golden body of the million-year-old torso bone. A dazzling golden light barrier protected his entire body. Even Chenzin's 7 killing sword key, which was powerful enough to split the space, only left a few shallow traces on the golden light and then dissipated. Xiao Han also launched an attack. Along with a flash of the right leg soul bone, the 100,000-year soul bone skill, the Azure Locking God Arrow, was fired. This soul skill has a powerful locking function that can delay the opponent's actions. However, Chenzin is after all a leader among the titled Douluo and has extremely fast reactions. At the moment the arrow was fired, he once again urged his soul power to reinforce the original sword energy protection barrier several times. At the same time, he launched the 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. This time, his target of attack was not Xiao Han, but Jin Ringsu behind him. Ning Fengzi had already released the 7 treasures glazed tower to provide amplification for the sword Douluo, making his soul skill even more powerful. It seemed as if a rainstorm of sword energy was falling from the sky, whistling towards Jin Ringsu, and each sword energy was unstoppable. Chenzin tried to use this to distract Xiao Han's attention and take Ning Fengzi away from the battlefield. Jin Ringsu was protected by Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo, but they were only level 93 and could not stop the amplified powerful attack of Sword Douluo. In a hurry, Xiao Han's 8th soul ring suddenly flashed and shot an arrow in the direction of Jin Ringsu. Chapter 204 Killing Ning Fengzi. That was Xiao Han's 8th soul skill, the Sealing of the Ice Sky Blue Dragon, a powerful freezing skill that could instantly form an ice seal domain. With Xiao Han's mind control, an unprecedented chill suddenly erupted on the battlefield. In the sky, the sword energy rainstorm that was originally whistling and unstoppable, the moment it came into contact with the cold air, was frozen in time and stagnated in mid-air, flashing cold silver light, but could no longer move forward. The area where Jin Ringsu was located seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force. The entire space, with her as the center, quickly spread out a crystal-clear ice seal domain. In this domain, time seemed to have lost its flow, and everything was sealed by eternal ice. Even the 293-level strongmen, Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo, became slow in their movements under this sudden ice-sealing power, and showed an incredible look on their faces. Those sword energies that were originally dense as rain were now frozen into ice crystal sword sculptures of various shapes, hanging in the air, flashing a heart-pounding light. Each ice sword perfectly retains its original sharpness and power, but loses its lethality due to being frozen. A thin layer of ice armor quietly forms around Jin Ringsu, isolating her from the outside world. Inside the ice armor, her brows reveal a bit of solemnity, but she can't hide her shock at Xiao Han's amazing skill. In this frozen field created by Xiao Han's 8th soul skill, the Sealing of the Ice Sky Azure Dragon, even Chenzin's 10,000 swords returning to the origin, which has been amplified by the 7 treasures glazed tower, appears pale and powerless, unable to penetrate this seemingly fragile but indestructible ice barrier. Chen Xin's face became extremely solemn. After releasing this powerful soul skill, Xiao Han did not stop at all, but took advantage of the momentum to move forward, preparing to attack Chen Xin again. Chen Xin saw Xiao Han's strength and knew that it was not that easy to retreat with Ningfengzi. Without any hesitation, the 8th soul ring on his body lit up. The 7 killings thundered, and a sword broke the sky. Chen Xin used his soul power to transform into a 4-armed giant demon, holding 4 7-killing swords, swinging them at the same time to form a crescent slash. This soul skill is so powerful that it can tear apart space. This slash will surely cause countless casualties. Without time to think, Xiao Han immediately released another skill of the 100,000-year right leg soul bone, the Azure Destruction Arrow. An ice arrow infused with the power of thunder and lightning instantly met the crescent slash. Boom! The collision of 2 powerful forces caused an explosion in the air, erupting with a deafening roar. The sky suddenly shone, and the entire battlefield trembled. Master, let's go! Douluo wanted to take Ningfengzi away while the aftermath was still unsettled. But at this moment, Douluo saw the opportunity. When Xiao Han and Douluo were fighting fiercely, he flashed and went straight to Ningfengzi. As the master of the 7 treasures glazed sect, Ningfengzi's combat power was not visible, but his auxiliary ability was top-notch. Douluo knew this very well. Once Ningfengzi was eliminated, the overall strength of the Xingluo Empire would be greatly reduced. How dare you sneak attack Xiaoxu? This is what you deserve. Douluo's voice was sharp and piercing. The Guangling arrow in his hand shone with a deadly light in the sun, pointing directly at Ningfengzi's heart. Ningfengzi's face changed drastically. Although he had extremely high auxiliary ability, he was vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. He tried to use the 7 treasures glazed tower to bless himself with defense, but Douluo was too fast and the arrow had already arrived like lightning. Bang! With a crisp sound, the Guangling arrow penetrated Ningfengzi's body protection and hit his chest accurately. Ningfengzi's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, his eyes full of unwillingness and despair. Sect Master, seeing this, Douluo's eyes were bloodshot. He endured the pain and wanted to rush over to rescue, but Xiao Han's offensive followed him like a shadow, making him unable to split his attention. Tang Xiao also felt the changes in the Haoshan formation. His heart sank, knowing that the situation was over. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the battlefield, as deafening as thunder. The whole sky was filled with brilliant yellow light, and the dazzling light was impossible to look directly at. Tang Xiao once again used the Haoshan sect's unique skill, Ring Explosion. His figure was looming in the light, and violent energy fluctuations surrounded his body, as if he was going to tear the world apart. Feeling this terrifying energy, the faces of the demons subduing Douluo and the 1,000-tier Douluo suddenly changed. They had fought against Tang Xiao's Ring Explosion before, and knew that with their strength, they could not resist Tang Xiao's attack at this moment. Because, Tang Xiao would blow up more soul rings after the Ring Explosion, which would be even more difficult to resist. The 2 people retreated involuntarily. Xiao Han saw this and felt a chill in his heart. He understood that if Tang Xiao's Ring Explosion skill was fully exerted, the situation on the entire battlefield would be completely out of control. Whether it is the enemy or our side, thousands of people will die because of this. Xiao Han flew up without hesitation, turned into cold light, and rushed to the location where Tang Xiao was, ready to stop the disaster from breaking out. On the other side, Douluo took advantage of Xiao Han's departure and quickly fled the battlefield with Ningfengzi, who was already seriously injured and unconscious. Seeing this, Douluo did not chase Douluo and Ningfengzi. Now the more important thing is to get rid of Tang Xiao. Once Tang Xiao dies, Haoshan sect will never be able to turn over. Xiao Han, Jiangmo Douluo, Qianjin Douluo and Guangling Douluo, the 4 of them surrounded Tang Xiao. The million-year soul ring on Xiao Han's body shone, and the brilliant blue-gold light illuminated the entire battlefield. The 9th soul skill, the ice-breaking demon arrow, was activated. An ice arrow containing endless ice power shot towards Tang Xiao with a sound of breaking through the air. Xiao Han tried to use the huge ice power to suppress the energy shock generated by the soul ring explosion. At the same time, Xiao Han's million-year-old torso bone soul skill, the demon whale's death devouring, was also activated. A huge blue-black energy vortex formed above Tang Xiao's head. Then, the ice and fire yin-yang domain was fully launched. A huge energy vortex of ice blue, fiery red, and dark colors enveloped Tang Xiao and his soul ring. The vortex contained both icy coldness, blazing flames, and endless darkness. The three intertwined and collided with each other, erupting with a heart-pounding power. Tang Xiao was in the vortex, and he felt the pressure around him getting bigger and bigger, as if countless giant hands were tearing his body apart. What frightened him even more was that the energy released after the soul ring exploded was actually lost at an alarming rate, as if it was swallowed by some mysterious power. Tang Xiao's face became extremely hideous, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and anger. He knew that he might be buried here today. Then let's die together, all of you will be buried with me. Chapter 205 Devouring Tang Xiao. With Tang Xiao's deafening roar, the remaining soul rings on his body began to explode one by one. Each roar was accompanied by earth-shaking energy shocks, as if to tear the entire space apart and turn everything into dust. This destructive force, like a violent storm, raged on the battlefield, making people feel terrified. Seeing this, Xiao Han locked his eyes. His soul power surged out like a tide, pouring unreservedly into the huge energy vortex of ice blue, fiery red, and dark black. The vortex was like a huge black hole, spinning madly, and the black hole in the center became deeper and deeper, as if it could swallow everything in the world. It ruthlessly devoured the terrifying energy released by Tang Xiao after the ring exploded. Even the surrounding air was sucked into it, twisted and deformed, forming a weird area. Tang Xiao's 10,000-year soul ring also began to explode, releasing unimaginable energy fluctuations. These energies were like a violent torrent, originally enough to destroy everything within a radius of dozens of miles, but under Xiao Han's full suppression, they were guided to the three-color vortex and became the nutrients that nourished the growth of the vortex. While swallowing these energies, the vortex was also growing stronger and stronger, and its power became more and more amazing. Roar! Tang Xiao let out a final roar, and the roar was full of unwillingness and anger. His figure was looming in the light of the soul ring explosion, as if it would dissipate in this light at any time. Finally, when the last soul ring exploded, Tang Xiao's body began to become transparent, and his life's cultivation and memories seemed to be swallowed by the vortex along with those energies and turned into nothingness. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be still. All the sounds, lights and shadows solidified at this moment, leaving only the three-color vortex spinning alone, emitting a strange and powerful aura. Tang Xiao's figure completely disappeared, leaving only a void. When everything returned to calm, the three-color vortex also slowly dissipated, turning into dots of light and disappearing into the air. Xiao Han stood on the air, his aura was even stronger than before. His figure was particularly tall in the afterglow of the setting sun. The soul rings surrounding him had undergone amazing changes. The sixth soul ring, originally deep black, turned into dazzling red at a speed visible to the naked eye, emitting a blazing light. This marked that his soul ring had completed its transformation and became a 100,000-year level existence. This change shocked everyone present, even the top Douluo, the demon-subduing Douluo, the thousand-bound Douluo, and the light-winged Douluo, could not help but reveal an incredible look. They have been pursuing power all their lives, but have never seen such an amazing transformation of soul rings. The thousand-bound Douluo murmured to himself, is this true? He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The demon-subduing Douluo and the light-winged Douluo smiled at each other, which seemed to be within their expectations. Because they had seen Xiao Han suppress Tang Hao's ring explosion in the center of the starred-out Great Forest. Now, Xiao Han's strength is even stronger. With a powerful devouring ability, he devoured Tang Xiao's soul ring energy, prompting the soul ring to complete its transformation. Guangling Douluo asked, Xiao Han, if I'm not mistaken, your soul power should have also increased, right? Xiao Han nodded. Teacher, my soul power has increased by one level, and now it is level 97 great. Jin Ringsu flew to Xiao Han's side, feeling unbelievable. Tang Xiao is dead, Xiao Han nodded. Tang Xiao is dead, but it's a pity that Chen Xin escaped again, Guangling Douluo said. Although they escaped, Ning Fengzi was hit by my arrow and will definitely die. Several people smiled at each other. This battle has gained a lot. With the fall of Tang Xiao, the morale of the Xingluo Empire fell to the bottom in an instant. The soldiers of Xingluo witnessed the tragic scene of Tang Xiao, and their hearts were filled with despair and fear. Their defense line had already collapsed, and the soldiers retreated one after another, trying to escape from this land of death. Jin Ringsu was suspended in the air, her golden wings shining in the sun. Her eyes swept across the chaotic battlefield, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's time to end this war. Xingluo is powerless to save the situation. Letting them surrender can reduce unnecessary sacrifices. Soldiers of Xingluo, lay down your weapons and surrender. We will guarantee your safety and give you a chance to live again. The soldiers of Xingluo looked at each other in bewilderment. Faced with a powerful spirit wall and the absolute strength that has been demonstrated, they put down their weapons one after another, and the battlefield was filled with surrenders. Jin Ringsu nodded with satisfaction. Then, they began to handle the surrender in an orderly manner. Jin Ringsu and Xiao Han slowly landed in the center of the battlefield, looking into the distance with deep eyes. Jin Ringsu said sincerely, Xiao Han, your performance is amazing. The future of the Spirit Empire is brighter because of you. Unfortunately, I can't kill Bibi Dong now. However, I won't let her plan succeed. Although this battle was won, the war was not really over. As long as Bibi Dong is not eliminated, she will be the biggest threat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Xin brought the seriously injured and unconscious Ning Fengzi to a safe place. Chen Xin carefully laid Ning Fengzi flat on a piece of soft grass, then sat cross-legged, gently covered Ning Fengzi's back with both hands, and a strong soul power flowed from his palm into Ning Fengzi's body, trying to wake him up. Ning Fengzi's eyelids trembled slightly, and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes had lost their former spirit. Sect Master, you're awake. Uncle Jian, don't waste your energy. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Chen Xin's heart tightened, but he suppressed his grief and comforted, Sect Master, don't say that, you will definitely get better. Ning Fengzi shook his head gently, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I know my own body best. Uncle Jian, I have something to ask of you. As he said that, he raised his hand with all his strength and pointed to the distance, which was the direction of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Wrong. She is still too young, I am worried. From now on, she is the new leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. You and Uncle Gu must do your best to assist her and protect our sect. Chen Xin's eyes were slightly red, and he nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Sect Master. I will use my life to protect the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. And wrong. After explaining the funeral, Ning Fengzi's breath became weaker and weaker. He seemed to have used up his last bit of strength and muttered to himself, this way I feel relieved. The world's #1 assistant teacher has finally come to the end. After saying that, his eyes gradually became blurred, and his body completely lost its vitality. Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, died. Fengzi. I'm sorry, I failed my mission and failed to protect you well. Chen Xin was heartbroken and could no longer get a response from Ning Fengzi. Chapter 206. Tang San, you still have the nerve to come back. Chen Xin took Ning Fengzi's body back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect in Xingluo City. The entire sect was immersed in grief. Ning Rongrong knelt in front of her father's body, tears falling like beads from a broken string. Bone Douluo Gurong also burst into tears, unable to accept this cruel reality. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking hugged Ning Rongrong tightly, trying to give her a little warmth and comfort. Rongrong, you are carrying the future of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. You must be strong. We are here. Xiao Wu's voice was choked with sobs. She was also worried about Tang San, wondering if he was okay at the moment. Chen Xin blamed herself. Wrong, it's all my fault. I didn't protect the sect master well. Grandpa Jian, please don't say that. I know you have tried your best. Tang San, Yu Xiagang and Bibi Dong had just returned to the new spirit hall when they received the sad news of Ning Fengzi's death. Without any hesitation, the two immediately set off for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. The moment they stepped into the sect, they saw Ning Rongrong's grief-stricken look, and Chen Xin and Gu Daoluo's heavy expressions. Tang San's heart was broken. He stepped forward quickly, and called softly, Rongrong. Ning Rongrong looked up, looked at Tang San with tears in her eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, Third brother, my father. Rongrong, I know everything. Suffering such a huge blow, Tang San didn't know how to comfort Ning Rongrong. Seeing Tang San again, Xiao Wu was very excited. Brother, are you okay? I'm fine. In front of the heartbroken Ning Rongrong, Tang San and Xiao Wu didn't say much. Chen Xin slowly walked to Tang San, with a complicated look. Xiao San, come here, I have something to tell you. Tang San followed Chen Xin to a corner where no one was. Chen Xin sighed and said, Xiao San, Xiao Han's strength is too terrifying. I was able to escape by relying on Sect Master Tang's ring-blasting stunt. Sect Master Tang. I'm afraid he's in danger and may never come back. Hearing this, Tang San's heart was torn and his face turned pale in an instant. Although he had a premonition in his heart, he still found it difficult to accept this fact after hearing Chen Xin's confirmation. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the waves in his heart. However, the pain of losing his loved one surged like a tide and was difficult to suppress. No. My uncle will be fine. He will come back like last time. Tang San still had illusions. Uncle was able to come back from the desperate situation last time, and he will definitely be able to do it this time. Although he himself did not believe this sentence, this belief became his only support at the moment. Chen Xin patted Tang San's shoulder and said earnestly, Xiao-san, reality is often more cruel than we imagined. But no matter what, we can't fall down. For those who have left and for those who are still fighting, we must be stronger. I hope that Master Tang can turn danger into safety and return again like last time. Tang San nodded. Even if there is little hope, he will not give up. Under the arrangement of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, Ning Fengzi's funeral was held solemnly. The entire sect was mourning for this great assistant. With the support of everyone, Ning Rongrong officially took over the position of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect's leader. She vowed to follow her father's example and lead the sect to a more glorious future. Moreover, she wanted to avenge her father. After the funeral, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San returned to the new spirit hall. Bibi Dong met Yu Xiaogang alone. Xiaogang, the spirit empire is too strong. Ning Fengzi is dead, and Tang Xiao is probably in danger. I was hit hard by Xiao Han, and my vitality was greatly damaged. I need to practice in seclusion for a while. The new spirit hall is no longer a safe place. During my seclusion, you have to leave here and go to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect in Douluo city. It is safer there with Jian and Bone Douluo. I will pick you up after I come out of seclusion. In the battle that just ended, the new spirit hall suffered heavy losses. Not only did a large number of spirit masters die, but many spirit masters also returned to the spirit hall. If Bibi Dong practices in seclusion, more spirit masters will be lost. Although Yu Xiaogang is the chief elder in name, he has no real power without Bibi Dong, and his situation is awkward. Moreover, relatively speaking, the capital of the Douluo Empire is indeed a safer place. After careful consideration, Yu Xiaogang decided to accept Bibi Dong's suggestion and take Tang San to Douluo city. Yu Xiaogang went to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect after all. Tang San was a member of the Clear Sky sect and returned to the Clear Sky sect. When he came back this time, Tang San found that the tribesmen looked at him differently. Tang San was about to go find the 3rd elder, when a middle-aged man in his 40s suddenly said, Tang San, you still have the nerve to come back. The news of the fall of the Douluo Empire's city had already reached the capital. Jin Ringsu announced to the world that Tang Xiao had been killed. The Haoshan sect also received this bad news, and the entire sect was dead silent, wondering whether the news was true or false. Hearing the words of the middle-aged man, several people quickly surrounded Tang San. Faced with this sudden accusation and siege, Tang San frowned, his eyes revealing a complex emotion. The words of the middle-aged man were like a sharp blade, deeply hurting his heart. Tang San, if you hadn't returned to the sect to ask the sect master to come down from the mountain, how could so many things have happened? That's right. Not only did you kill the sect master, you also implicated 4 elders and hundreds of sect disciples. If the Clear Sky sect hadn't come out of the mountain because of you, how could we have fallen to this point? You were staying well in the new spirit hall. Why did you go back to the Clear Sky sect? Doesn't Bibi Dong want you anymore? Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and their voices trembled with anger. It seemed as if Tang San had really become the culprit in their mouths. Tang San tried to calm his inner fluctuations. He understood that the arguments and excuses at this moment were futile. The tribesmen were immersed in the grief of losing their sect master and relatives, and their emotions were easily out of control. I never thought of harming anyone, and I never thought of putting the Clear Sky sect in danger. Tang San's voice was calm and firm. He looked directly into the eyes of the middle-aged man, trying to convey his sincerity and innocence. The elders and clan members sacrificed themselves to protect our homeland and to fight against the Spirit Empire. Their deaths were heroic and fearless. Humph, that's easy for you to say. If it weren't for you, how could the Clear Sky sect be involved in this war? If it weren't for you, how could the sect master and the elders sacrifice themselves? You are the bane of the sect, And you are the cause of all this. The middle-aged man obviously did not accept Tang San's explanation. His tone was full of disdain. The air around him seemed to freeze. The clan members glared at him, making Tang San feel suffocated. More and more people gathered around. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Tang San, the Clear Sky sect was besieged by the Spirit Hall because of your father, and now it has entered a place of no return because of you. Both you and your son are sinners of the sect, and you are not worthy of joining the Clear Sky sect. Chapter 207 Unstoppable. Hearing the sharp voice ringing out in the crowd, Tang San's eyes instantly turned red, and anger erupted in his chest like a volcano. His clenched fists trembled slightly, and his teeth clenched, as if he wanted to swallow all the anger and then release it as strength. Shut up. Tang San's voice was low and powerful, shaking the hearts of the people around him. His eyes were like torches, scanning the surroundings, and the invisible pressure made the noisy scene quiet down instantly. My father has paid too much for the family and brought glory to the family. What right do you have to slander him like this? Humph. Your father implicated the sect for a soul beast that transformed into human, causing countless people to die tragically at the hands of the Spirit Hall. Isn't this the truth? Faced with Tang San's defense, the crowd still refused to give in. Tang San could no longer bear it, and the soul power in his body surged out, and black light surged in the palm of his left hand. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao had both told Tang San that the Haoshan sect was a place that emphasized strength, and that if one wanted to conquer others, one had to rely on one's own strength. At this moment, Tang San's anger had turned into fighting spirit, and he was ready to have a big fight with the middle-aged spirit master who had provoked the incident. What are you doing? Just when the atmosphere was extremely tense and a bigger conflict was about to break out, the third elder and Tang Yuho hurried over and broke the frozen silence. The third elder's face was sullen, and his eyes revealed a bit of fatigue. The death of Tang Xiao and the sect disciples was also a big blow to him. He walked quickly to Tang San's side, his eyes sternly swept over everyone present, and said in a deep voice, "Be quiet. This is not a place for you to quarrel and fight." Tang Yuho looked at Tang San with a worried look on her face, and said softly, "Xiao-san, calm down. The most important thing now is to unite and face difficulties together. The life and death of the sect master is uncertain, and we can't lose our composure." After Tang Yuho finished speaking, she turned her eyes to everyone. "I know that you are filled with fear and anger, but please remember that our Haoshan sect is not a family that surrenders easily. The sacrifices of the elders and clansmen are to protect all of us and to safeguard the glory of the Haoshan sect. The death of the sect master may just be a false news released by the Spirit Hall to disintegrate us. We cannot be easily shaken." Tang Yuho's words gradually calmed the excitement of the crowd. She continued, "Before the truth is known, we cannot split up because of a momentary impulse. What we should do is to unite as one, wait for the news of the sect master, and at the same time strengthen the defense of the sect and prepare for possible challenges." The third elder nodded in agreement. He looked at Tang San deeply, and then turned to everyone. Tang San has the blood of the Haoshan sect in his body, this is an indisputable fact. He must want to do something for the Haoshan sect, but he is too young now. I believe that he will become the future of the Haoshan sect, and one day, he will bring supreme glory to the Haoshan sect. The Haoshan sect originally had 7 elders. 2 of them died before going down the mountain. 4 more died after going down the mountain. Now, there is only 1/3 elder left. If Tang Xiao is really dead, then the 3rd elder will be the strongest and most influential person in the sect. No one dared to oppose his words. The atmosphere was a little subtle. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd, "The whereabouts of the sect master are unknown. Whether it is the truth or the conspiracy of the Spirit Hall, the sect cannot be without a leader for a day. So I propose that before the sect master returns, the 3rd elder will temporarily take over the position of the sect master and handle the affairs of the sect." "I agree. We must unite as one." "Yes, that's right," everyone responded. Tang Yuho looked at Tang San, revealing some complicated emotions in her eyes. Although all the people in the Haoshan sect have the surname Tang, they have actually split into several factions. If Tang Xiao is still alive, Tang San will definitely be the only candidate for the Haoshan sect master in the future. But the situation is critical now. In order to take the overall situation into consideration, it is undoubtedly a wise decision to let the 3rd elder temporarily take over the position of the sect master. 3rd elder, You are highly respected and one of the elders in the sect. It is the most appropriate arrangement for you to temporarily take over the position of the sect master." Tang Yuhu's words were full of respect. She knew that in this turbulent time, the sect needed a strong leader to stabilize people's hearts and guide the direction. When the third elder heard this, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. "The Haoshan sect is no longer what it used to be, and I am afraid it will never go back. But it cannot be dispersed yet. There must be a leader. Since everyone trusts you so much, I will temporarily take over the position of the sect master until sect master Tang Xiao returns. During this period, I hope everyone can put aside personal grudges, work together, and overcome difficulties together." The discussion in the crowd gradually subsided. Tang San stared at the third elder. Although his anger at his father being accused had not completely dissipated, he also understood that what the Haoshan sect needed at this moment was unity and stability. The third elder turned to Tang San, revealing a bit of subtle tenderness and expectation in his eyes. "Xiao San, during this period, you need to work harder to cultivate, improve yourself, and contribute your strength to the sect in the future." Tang San nodded slightly, and the anger in his heart turned into motivation to move forward. He knew that only through his own strength could he truly prove everything. Tang Yuhu gently stroked Tang San's shoulders and encouraged him gently. "Xiao San, you are the hope of our Haoshan sect. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, you must persevere. I will always support you, and, I understand." With Tang Yuhu's comfort and encouragement, Tang San's mood gradually calmed down. Time is like flowing water. In a blink of an eye, several months have passed. There is still no news of Tang Xiao's return. Inside and outside the sect, speculation about his misfortune gradually condensed into a heavy atmosphere, weighing on everyone's heart. Although there is no conclusive evidence, the ominous premonition is like a dark cloud, which makes it difficult to let go. More and more people are ready for Tang Xiao's death. At the same time, the rise of the Wuhan Empire is becoming more and more rapid and unstoppable. Led by Jin Ringsu and Xiao Han, the army of the Spirit Empire swept in like a tide. In just 2 months, they successively captured several cities of the Xingluo Empire. Most of these cities chose to surrender without a fight. Faced with the powerful strength and oppressive momentum of the Spirit Empire, resistance seemed to become meaningless. The Star Luo Emperor was in the magnificent palace, his brows furrowed, his eyes full of anxiety and uneasiness. He paced back and forth, holding the battle reports from the front line in his hands. Each one was like a cold sword, piercing his heart. The Spirit Empire was unstoppable. If it continued like this, the territory of the Xingluo Empire would continue to be eroded, and eventually face the crisis of national extinction. Chapter 208 Angel God Test. As the Emperor Xingluo paced anxiously, the ministers in the hall were also talking about it, and everyone's face was full of worry and helplessness. An elderly minister stood up tremblingly. "Your Majesty, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not." The Emperor Xingluo stopped, looked at the old minister with a serious look, and slowly said, "My dear minister, please feel free to say it." The old minister took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. "Your Majesty, the Wuhan Empire is now unstoppable. Our army has been defeated in battles and morale is low. If this continues, I'm afraid." The old minister hesitated for a moment and then said, "I'm afraid the country will no longer exist. I think it's better to consider making peace with the Wuhan Empire, temporarily avoid its edge, and wait until the time is right to revive." As soon as this was said, there was an uproar in the hall. Some ministers agreed, thinking that it was wise to preserve strength and wait for changes. Some ministers firmly opposed it, believing that seeking peace was a sign of weakness, which would encourage the arrogance of the Wuhan Empire, making the Xingluo Empire lose face and making it even more difficult for it to turn things around. The face of the Xingluo Empire was uncertain. He knew what seeking peace meant. It would be a huge challenge to his dignity as an emperor and a gamble on the future fate of the country. However, facing reality, he had to admit that the Xingluo Empire was indeed at a disadvantage at present. If it continued to resist, it might really usher in a catastrophe. This matter is of great importance and cannot be decided rashly. The Xingluo Emperor pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. "I need to think about it carefully before making a decision." With the order of the Xingluo Emperor, the ministers left the hall one after another. But they all knew in their hearts that this discussion about whether to seek peace or not was just the beginning. The fate of the Xingluo Empire was hanging by a thread and wavering. In the next few days, the Xingluo Emperor summoned all the important ministers for discussion. The voices of support and opposition came one after another, and it was difficult to reach a consensus. At this turbulent time, the people of the Xingluo Empire were also paying close attention to the developments of the empire. The Xingluo Empire was already turbulent, and the people were looking forward to the arrival of peace. More and more people began to support the Wuhan Empire. Finally, after weighing the pros and cons several times, the Xingluo Emperor made a difficult decision and sent envoys to the Wuhan Empire to explore the possibility of peace. They hoped to cede part of the territory in exchange for peace. Although this decision disappointed some people, it also gave others hope. The envoys embarked on the journey to the Wuhan Empire with the sincerity and expectations of the Xingluo Emperor. Jin Rongsu met the envoy of the Xingluo Empire and learned his intention. Then, she found Xiao Han. Xiao Han, what do you think of the Xingluo Empire's intention to seek peace? Now, the powerful Xiao Han has become one of Jin Rongsu's most trusted people. Xiao Han answered without hesitation, the Xingluo Empire's request for peace at this time is undoubtedly a desperate move. Our army is in high spirits and invincible. We should seize the opportunity to pursue the victory and not give them any breathing space. Once they are given breathing space, they will surely come back in the future and become a hidden danger to the Wuhan Empire. Jin Rongsu nodded slightly. She also knew that at this moment, the Wuhan Empire was under an unstoppable momentum and was approaching the dream of unifying the continent step by step. She couldn't let the request for peace stop her pace. Very good, Xiao Han, your views coincide with mine. I will reject the Xingluo Empire's request for peace and continue to launch an offensive until Xingluo is completely conquered, so that the entire continent will be bathed in the glory of the Wuhan Empire. The news quickly spread back to the Xingluo Empire. When the Xingluo Emperor learned that his request for peace was rejected, his anger was beyond words. He clenched his fists and paced back and forth in the hall, his face livid. The Spirit Empire is so arrogant. Do you really want to force the Xingluo Empire to perish together with you? Then we will fight it to the end. The voice of the Xingluo Emperor was full of reluctance and determination. He will use all the strength of the country, mobilize all the available soldiers, and fight to the death. However, the gap in strength cannot be made up overnight. Although the Xingluo Empire is united and bravely resists, it still seems powerless in the face of the powerful offensive of the Spirit Empire. Half a year has passed in a flash, and most of the Xingluo Empire has been conquered by the iron hoof of the Spirit Empire, and the people voluntarily submit to the Spirit Empire. The army of the Spirit Empire rolled forward like a torrent, unstoppable, and approached Xingluo City. The final battle is coming, but they did not rush forward. This battle is of great importance and concerns the pattern of the entire continent. In Xingluo City, it is very likely that Bibi, Jian Douluo, Bon Douluo and other strong men, as well as the last elite forces of the Xingluo Empire, have gathered. This is a decisive battle, and it is also a battle that cannot be lost. Therefore, after the army of the Wuhan Empire approached Xingluo City, it did not immediately launch a general attack, but chose to camp outside the city to rest and prepare for war. Just as the army of the Wuhan Empire was preparing for war, Jin Rongsu suddenly received a confidential letter from Wuhan City. In the letter, Jin Douluo asked her to return to Wuhan City to discuss important matters. Jin Rongsu didn't know what it was, and planned to go back as soon as possible. Before leaving, she called Xiao Han. Xiao Han, Grandpa wrote to me and asked me to return to Wuhan City. Everything here is in your hands, the war is imminent. I don't know why I asked you to return to Wuhan City at this time, maybe you are worried about me, the upcoming war is extraordinary. Jin Rongsu is not even level 80 now. In front of strong men like Bibi and Jian Douluo, her situation is indeed a bit dangerous. There is no need to take risks. Xiao Han guessed that Jin Douluo asked Jin Rongsu to return to Wuhan Hall at this time. In addition to worrying about her safety, there may be another purpose. That is, to help her start the Angel God test. After bidding farewell to Xiao Han, Jin Rongsu returned to Wuhan City under the escort of Guangling Douluo. In the Douluo Hall, Jin Rongsu stepped into this solemn place with steady steps. Here, she finally met her long-lost grandfather, Jin Douluo, the chief worshipper of the Wuhan Hall. The two had a warm and brief greeting. Then, Jin Rongsu asked, "Grandpa, the war is imminent. Is there anything important that you called me back at this time?" "Xiaoxu, I called you back not just for the war, Grandpa. Is there anything more urgent than unifying the Douluo continent?" Jin Douluo smiled slightly, with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Xiaoxu, as the descendant of the angel lineage, you have a great responsibility on your shoulders, but your growth cannot be ignored. Over the years, although you have been lurking in the Xiandao Empire and secretly promoting the affairs of the empire, you have also been practicing tirelessly. I also know that Xiao Han has helped you a lot, allowing your strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Your 7th soul ring has reached the 100,000 a year level, which is indeed commendable. But this is not enough. Chapter 209 Final Battle. Jin Daoliu's expression became serious. In the future, your soul power will increase more slowly. Only by passing the test of the gods can you achieve a qualitative leap. God test. After hearing this, Jin Ringsu's eyes flashed with surprise and curiosity. Jin Daoliu nodded and explained, the God test is the only way to the God realm, and it is also an all-round test of your body, mind, will, and potential. The reason why I originally called you back is to open the Angel God test for you. Jin Daoliu knew very well that Bibi would not give up. Once Bibi became a god, the consequences would be disastrous. Only the power of God could fight Bibi. Jin Daoliu hoped to see Jin Ringsu become stronger as soon as possible, at least to be able to protect herself. After Jin Daoliu's detailed narration, Jin Ringsu's eyes involuntarily fell on the towering 6-winged angel statue in the Douluo hall. The angel in the statue spread its wings and seemed to contain endless wisdom and power, which made her deeply feel the mission and glory she shouldered. Xiaoxu, are you ready? Jin Daoliu's voice was filled with a subtle nervousness and expectation. Jin Ringsu took a deep breath, her eyes firm. Grandpa, I've made all the preparations, please start. Jin Daoliu nodded gently, then raised his hand, and the 6-winged angel statue behind him seemed to be activated, and the long sword in his hand released a dazzling golden light. The golden light fell like a drizzle, gently wrapping Jin Ringsu's whole body. The golden light flowed over her body, as if giving her new strength and hope. Suddenly, 9 golden light curtains slowly emerged in front of Jin Ringsu, each of which exuded a mysterious brilliance, as if it was a door to an unknown realm. Seeing this, Jin Daoliu's eyes flashed with an uncontrollable surprise and excitement. Angel 9 tests. It's really Angel 9 tests. A miracle that has never happened in these years has actually appeared in you. Jin Daoliu's voice was trembling. He was proud of his granddaughter and full of expectations for her future. Jin Ringsu turned to look at her grandfather, her eyes full of confusion and curiosity. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? What do these 9 light curtains mean? Jin Daoliu slowly came back to his senses, his eyes full of relief and love. Xiaoxu, the masters of the Douluo Palace of all generations have been waiting for this moment, and that person is you. Not only have you inherited the blood of the angel family, but you will also become the messenger who leads the Wuhan Empire to glory. Grandpa is proud of you. Although Jin Ringsu still had many puzzles in her heart, she could feel the deep meaning and expectations in her grandfather's words. Grandpa, I will try my best to complete it. However, before the God test officially begins, I want to go back to the front line and see Xiao Han. Jin Daoliu nodded. He knew that Jin Ringsu was worried about the Wuhan Empire. Only when everything was arranged could she devote herself to the test of the angel god. A few days later, Jin Ringsu returned to the front line and called Xiao Han alone. Xiao Han stepped into the tent and noticed that the atmosphere was unusual. He had a hunch in his heart. Zuier, you're back. Jin Ringsu turned around and looked directly at Xiao Han, with complex emotions flashing in her clear eyes. Xiao Han, I can't participate in the upcoming war. Xiao Han's eyes froze slightly when he heard this, but then he regained his composure. If I'm not mistaken, your grandfather called you back to Wuhan City to help you improve your strength as soon as possible, right? How do you know? Xiao Han smiled. As a descendant of the 6-winged angel, you naturally have your own mission. I support your decision. Jin Ringsu nodded gently and looked at Xiao Han gratefully. During my absence, I will hand over the command of the Wuhan Empire's army to you. You are the person I trust the most, and I believe you can lead the Wuhan Empire to defeat the Xingluo Empire and achieve our goals. Xiao Han stepped forward and gently held Jin Ringsu's hand. Zuier, don't worry, I will definitely take down the Xingluo Empire. Jin Ringsu felt the warmth of Xiao Han's palm, and a warm current surged in her heart. Xiao Han, I believe you. Jin Ringsu knew that without her, Xiao Han would be more relaxed when facing a strong enemy. The next day, Jin Ringsu left and returned to Wuhan City to welcome the Angel God test. Xiao Han began to organize his army and prepare for the final decisive battle. The news that the Wuhan Empire's army was approaching the border spread like wildfire, and the people in Douluo city were in panic. Since Bibi was defeated by Xiao Han last time, she began to practice in seclusion and disappeared without a trace. She has not appeared since then. The situation is urgent. With the intervention of Yu Zia Gang, the new Wuhan Hall moved to Douluo city to fight against the Wuhan Empire's army together with everyone. In the Seven Treasures glazed sect Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Mo Hongjin and others gathered together, and the atmosphere was a little depressing. As the new leader of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, Ning Rongrong was under a lot of pressure. The news that the Wuhan Empire's army was approaching the border was breathtaking. Ning Rongrong frowned, and her eyes were full of worry. The Spirit Empire is unstoppable. Once Douluo city falls, the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect may be destroyed in my hands. Rongrong, you worry too much, Tang San tried to comfort Ning Rongrong. He knew very well that as the new leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, Ning Rongrong had a heavy burden on her shoulders. Xiao Wu also came over and held Ning Rongrong's hand. Rongrong, with the two seniors Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo here, the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect will definitely be fine. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjin also nodded in succession, expressing their support and encouragement to Ning Rongrong in their own ways. Rongrong, we will definitely make it through, Tang San continued. A large number of spirit masters have gathered in Douluo city. They all came here to fight against the Spirit Empire. Moreover, the new Spirit Hall has moved to Douluo city to fight alongside us. Our strength is far stronger than we imagined. Listening to the comfort of several people, Ning Rongrong's worries were slightly relieved. She looked at Tang San and asked, by the way, is there still no news about Bibi? Tang San shook his head. She hasn't appeared yet, and no one knows where she went. However, I believe that she will definitely come back before the war begins. Ning Rongrong nodded gently. If Bibi is here, there may be a glimmer of hope. Although Bibi is strong, we must be prepared anyway. Xiao Wu's eyes revealed a complex emotion as she spoke. She knew that many things could not be changed. It was almost impossible to rely on their power to complete revenge. At this crucial moment, she made a bold decision. Instead of relying on the power of Bibi, the murderer of her mother, it is better to take her fate into her own hands. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 The Decision to Sacrifice. The night deepened, the moonlight was like water, gently sprinkled in the courtyard of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Xiao Wu walked alone in the moonlight, slowly walking towards Tang San's room. Her steps were firm, and her eyes flashed with a resolute light, as if she was about to embark on a road of no return. Tang San was practicing in the room. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the door, interrupting him. He looked up and saw Xiao Wu's figure reflected on the window frame, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. Xiao Wu, it's so late, what's the matter? Tang San got up and opened the door. Xiao Wu didn't say anything, just looked at Tang San quietly, and her clear eyes seemed to contain thousands of words. She slowly walked into the room and walked in front of Tang San. Brother, I have something to say to you. Xiao Wu's voice was low and firm, as if every word carried a heavy weight. An ominous premonition surged in Tang San's heart. Xiao Wu, what happened? Brother, the upcoming decisive battle will be a life and death contest. We may all die in the war, right? Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly, but her eyes were extremely firm. Tang San nodded gently, and a bitterness surged in his heart. He knew that this war would determine the fate of countless people, including themselves. He also felt very powerless, and was only supported by his will. Xiao Wu, don't be afraid. Whether you live or die, I will be with you. Tang San held Xiao Wu's hand tightly, trying to give her comfort and strength. Xiao Wu shook her head and continued, Brother, I don't want to die. But I don't want to die in vain in the war. If there is a way that allows me to live in another way and be with you forever, I am willing to try it. Tang San was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Xiao Wu, as if he saw the struggle and determination deep in her heart. Xiao Wu, what do you want to say? You? Tang San's voice was a little choked. Xiao Wu's tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, maybe you have guessed it. Yes, I want to sacrifice myself to you. I know that doing so can make you gain more powerful strength. And I can continue to accompany you in another way. Tang San was struck by lightning when he heard this. He widened his eyes and looked at Xiao Wu, as if he saw a stranger. He couldn't believe that Xiao Wu, who had experienced life and death with him, would make such a decision. No. Xiao Wu, you can't do this. I can't accept your sacrifice, Tang San roared, trying to stop Xiao Wu's idea. He knew what sacrifice meant. Back then, his mother was sacrificed to his father. He couldn't accept Xiao Wu leaving him in this way. Xiao Wu shook her head stubbornly. Brother, listen to me. We all know the importance of this war. If we fail, the Xingluo Empire will suffer a devastating disaster. Not only the Xingluo Empire, but also the new Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and even your Haoshan sect, will find it difficult to retreat unscathed. Tang San was silent. Of course, he also understood the consequences of defeat. He had personally witnessed Xiao Han's million-year spirit ring and watched Bibi lose to Xiao Han. Besides Xiao Han, there were several peak Douluo-level warriors in the Spirit Hall. It was almost impossible to stop the Spirit Hall's offensive, unless a miracle happened and Bibi returned as a god. Xiao Wu continued, Brother, you know better than anyone that we are all likely to die in this war. Rather than sacrifice in vain, let me live in another way. Only in this way can I continue to be by your side and stay with you forever. Listening to Xiao Wu's words, Tang San felt mixed emotions. He knew that Xiao Wu's decision was not impulsive, but was made after careful consideration. After Xiao Wu sacrificed herself to him, he would have 100,000-year spirit ring, and his strength would be greatly improved. However, he still couldn't accept such an idea, and couldn't accept that Xiao Wu paid such a huge price for him. Xiao Wu, you can't do this. I can't let you sacrifice yourself for me. There was a hint of pleading and despair in Tang San's voice. Brother, this is the only thing I can do for you. After I sacrifice myself to you, you will have the opportunity to help me fulfill those unfulfilled wishes and avenge Daming, Erming, Uncle Tang, Sect Master Tang, Erlong's mother, Dean Flanders, Xiao Ao, Mu Bai and those who died because of Xiao Han and Jinring Su. Thinking of those dead people, Tang San's tears burst out. He hugged Xiao Wu tightly, as if he had foreseen Xiao Wu's death. Xiao Wu, I will avenge those who died, but not on the way of your sacrifice. Don't say it anymore, I won't accept it. Tang San's attitude was firm. Xiao Wu felt Tang San's determination, tears slid down her cheeks and dripped onto their tightly clasped hands. Brother, I am not making a meaningless sacrifice. Your strength is the best protection for me and the best comfort for those who have passed away. If I can become the source of your strength and make you stronger, then my sacrifice is meaningful. Tang San's heart was beating violently, and the pain and reluctance were intertwined, almost suffocating him. He tried to find a trace of hesitation in Xiao Wu's eyes, but he only saw incomparable determination. Xiao Wu, your existence itself has the greatest meaning to me. Without you, even if I have the strongest power, it is nothing but endless emptiness for me. Xiao Wu smiled slightly. There was a bit of sadness and relief in that smile. Brother, I have made up my mind. Xiao Wu, your decision is too sudden. Let me slow down, okay? Tang San had no choice but to look at Xiao Wu with begging eyes. Xiao Wu nodded. Brother, I will not regret it. Xiao Wu, you are so stupid. The two hugged each other tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Tang San suddenly thought of something, calmed down his emotions, and smiled. Xiao Wu, I want to take you to a place where you will know when you get there. Then, Tang San left a letter to Yu Zhigang and left with Xiao Wu. Taking advantage of the night, the two quietly detoured from the back of Xingluo City. After several days of trekking, they finally came to Hidden Mountain Forest. This place is far away from the hustle and bustle, with towering mountains and flowing water pouring down from the mountains, forming spectacular waterfalls. The water splashes everywhere, the sound is like thunder, but with a hint of softness and tranquility. Tang San took Xiao Wu and walked slowly into the depths of the forest, along a winding path. Brother, it's so beautiful here, Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim. Her eyes flashed with surprise and excitement, as if she had forgotten the upcoming separation. Tang San smiled and nodded, gently holding Xiao Wu's hand, feeling the warmth in her palm. This moment of tranquility and beauty may be the last time they have together. The two continued to move forward and came to a large waterfall. Xiao Wu, I'll take you to see my mother. Chapter 211 Goodbye. Tang San led Xiao Wu through the huge waterfall. Behind the waterfall, there was a deep and mysterious stone chamber. The interior of the stone chamber was dim, with only a beam of light penetrating from a crack in the cave ceiling, illuminating a small mound of earth. On the mound, a blue-silver grass grew alone. Although it was inconspicuous, it seemed to contain endless vitality. It was a trace of soul left after Tang San's mother, the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor, gave up her soul ring. Looking at the blue-silver grass, Tang San's eyes became gentle and sad. He had been away from here for a while, but the blue-silver grass didn't seem to grow much taller. Tang San originally wanted to transplant it to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, relying on the unique environment there to help it grow faster. However, he didn't expect that not only Douluo was killed by Xiao Han, but the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was also completely destroyed. This plan was shattered. Tang San gently took Xiao Wu's hand and slowly walked towards the blue-silver grass. The two stopped in front of the small mound. Looking at the blue-silver grass, Xiao Wu was very confused. "Brother, how could there be a blue-silver grass in here?" "Could it be?" Tang San nodded. "Xiao Wu, you guessed right, this is my mother. Or rather, this blue-silver grass contains a trace of my mother's soul after her death." After Tang San finished speaking, he knelt in front of the small mound, his eyes red. "Mom, I brought Xiao Wu to see you. She is one of the most important people in my life. I hope you can bless us." Seeing this, Xiao Wu followed closely and knelt down. Her eyes were full of awe and tenderness, as if she was communicating with an elder she had never met. "Auntie, I am Xiao Wu, I am here to see you." At this moment, a strange scene happened. The blue-silver grass seemed to feel Xiao Wu's sincerity, and suddenly, countless tiny blue-silver grass vines emerged. They gently wrapped around Xiao Wu's body, as if they were warmly welcoming her. Xiao Wu's body was wrapped in this gentle blue. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she was deeply moved. As a soul beast, she could clearly feel the vitality and emotions contained in these blue-silver grasses. Tang San looked at this scene with mixed feelings. He was relieved that Xiao Wu was accepted by her mother in this way, but he was also in pain because he could not tell her the true situation of his father Tang Hao. Tang San's heart was in pain. His father Tang Hao had originally planned to spend the rest of his life here with his mother. However, his father's wish could not be realized because he had left this world, and there was not even a complete corpse. This scene made Tang San feel very emotional. If his father was still alive, what a wonderful family reunion it would be. But the cruelty of reality forced him to bury this secret deep in his heart. He was afraid that once his mother knew that his father had passed away, the only remaining will that made her persist would also dissipate. And this blue-silver grass would wither. "Mom, I will become stronger and protect Xiao Wu and everything you left me." Tang San made a silent promise in his heart. Xiao Wu felt Tang San's emotional fluctuations. She gently held Tang San's hand, giving him silent support and encouragement. In this small stone room full of mystery and warmth, two young hearts were closely connected. The power of the blue-silver grass made them feel warm and temporarily forget their troubles. The two of them just lay on the blue-silver grass and soon fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Wu woke up. She glanced at Tang San beside her. At this time, Tang San was sleeping soundly. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San infatuatedly. How she wished that she could live like this forever with Tang San in this deep mountain where no one would disturb her. But, she knew that this was an impossible wish. Because Tang San had too much on his shoulders and couldn't let go of the blood feud that made him unforgettable. Moreover, he was a strong man and would not be willing to live in humiliation. Xiao Wu had made up her mind to sacrifice herself to Tang San. She looked at the blue-silver grass and became more determined in her heart. "Auntie, you should support my decision, right? Just like you gave yourself to Uncle Tang without hesitation." Xiao Wu waited quietly, and time seemed to become unusually slow at this moment. She stared at Tang San's quiet sleeping face, her heart full of reluctance and determination. When Tang San wakes up, she will face a difficult decision, to sacrifice herself to him to help him break through the bottleneck and gain more powerful power. The sunlight gradually shifted through the cracks in the cave ceiling, and the light and shadow in the stone room also changed accordingly. Xiao Wu gently stroked the blue-silver grass. It seemed to sense Xiao Wu's intentions, and the vines swayed gently, as if silently comforting her. Finally, Tang San slowly opened his eyes. He had never slept so peacefully since his father died. Seeing Xiao Wu looking at him gently, Tang San smiled with relief. He immediately sat up and held Xiao Wu's hands tightly in his palms. Xiao Wu, when did you wake up? Just woke up a while ago? Xiao Wu's eyes were slightly red, but her eyes were unusually firm. Tang San noticed Xiao Wu's abnormality, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. He asked softly, Xiao Wu, are you still thinking about that question? Haven't you changed your mind yet? Xiao Wu nodded gently. Brother, I have decided. Tang San frowned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu's mind has not wavered at all until now. Xiao Wu, don't do anything stupid. We can face it together. At worst, we can die together. Tang San tried to dissuade him. But Xiao Wu just shook her head. Brother, this is my own choice. Just like Auntie did for Uncle Tang, I am willing to sacrifice for you. I want you to survive and make you stronger. Tang San was struck by lightning when he heard this. He grabbed Xiao Wu's shoulders fiercely, his voice trembling. No, Xiao Wu, you can't do this. I can't lose you. Without you, what's the point of me living? Xiao Wu gently stroked Tang San's face, her eyes full of love and reluctance. Brother, I will always be by your side in another way. With my belief, you must live well. As Xiao Wu spoke, her eyes suddenly turned blood red. No. Xiao Wu, what are you going to do? Stop it, Tang San shouted weakly, his heart was broken. He tried to persuade Xiao Wu, but found that any word seemed pale and powerless at this moment, and could only let the tears slide down his cheeks. Xiao Wu's voice echoed in Tang San's mind. Brother, I'm sorry, forgive my selfishness, live well. A dazzling red light suddenly spread from Xiao Wu's brows, and in the blink of an eye, the entire stone room was rendered blood red. Everything also stopped at this moment. Chapter 212 Tang San collapses. As Xiao Wu began to sacrifice, the air in the stone chamber seemed to freeze, and time completely stopped at this moment. Xiao Wu's whole body was covered with a layer of gorgeous red light. Under the illumination of this light, her skin became like a pure ruby, crystal clear, emitting a breathtaking brilliance. The clothes on her body turned into ashes and disappeared, leaving only the flawless body, which looked particularly transparent in this blood-colored light. Brother, I don't want you to die, I want you to live, I want to be with you forever. Xiao Wu's voice sounded softly in Tang San's ears, with endless tenderness and determination. In her eyes, love and sadness intertwined, as if to engrave this moment forever in the depths of Tang San's soul. The red blood flame burned on Xiao Wu's body. It was not an ordinary flame, but a condensation of her blood, life, and the cultivation of 100,000 years. The color of the flame gradually changed from bright red to dark red, like the afterglow of the setting sun, both beautiful and tragic. Under the burning of this flame, Xiao Wu's body began to fade gradually. Tang San's tears had already blurred his vision. But he still stubbornly opened his eyes, trying to catch Xiao Wu's last look. His heart was full of struggle and pain. No. Don't. Xiao Wu, why are you so stupid? Faced with this irreversible fate, Tang San could only helplessly witness all this happening, unable to do anything. Shrouded by the blood flame halo, Tang San seemed to be pulled out of the shackles of reality, his soul floating outside his body. He tried to resist this power, trying to break free to stop Xiao Wu's sacrifice, but it was all in vain. He could only watch Xiao Wu's body fade away little by little in front of his eyes, until it almost disappeared into nothingness. At this moment, Tang San felt an unprecedented power surge in his body. It was Xiao Wu's selfless gift. His soul power was increasing at an astonishing speed. The acquisition of this power was at the cost of Xiao Wu's life, which filled Tang San's heart with endless grief. As Xiao Wu's body became fainter and fainter, until it completely disappeared in this blood-colored light, a blood-colored soul ring slowly condensed and formed around Tang San. It radiated a dazzling light, as if it was the incarnation of Xiao Wu's soul, guarding him forever. A red light shone on Tang San's left arm. Then, a piece of red soul bone light instantly merged into his left arm, perfectly merging with his body. Since then, Tang San also had a 100,000-year soul ring and an additional 100,000-year soul bone. His soul power directly broke through the bottleneck of level 60 and reached level 65. However, all this was far less painful for Tang San than the pain of losing Xiao Wu. His tears burst out like a dam bursting, and his heart was filled with despair. At this moment, a faint light suddenly attracted his attention. It was the red ball of light that Xiao Wu's body condensed into at the last moment. It was dimming little by little, like a candle that was about to go out. The light gradually dissipated, and the colors outside were peeled off layer by layer. In the end, only a palm-sized little white rabbit was left, lying quietly in front of Tang San. Its body trembled slightly, and its breath was so weak that it was almost undetectable. Tang San trembled with both hands and carefully picked up the little white rabbit. Looking at the life form of Xiao Wu, which was dying and the flame of life was about to go out, Tang San felt as if his heart was torn apart. "No. Xiao Wu. You can't leave me like this," Tang San shouted heartbreakingly. His voice echoed in the stone chamber, filled with endless despair and unwillingness. However, no matter how he called, the breath of the little white rabbit was still lost bit by bit, and soon became extremely weak. When the last breath completely dissipated into the air, Tang San's world seemed to collapse. He knelt on the ground, holding the little white rabbit that had lost its life tightly with both hands, and tears flowed like spring water, soaking his clothes. He felt as if his heart was hollowed out, and the pain of losing his beloved made him almost unable to breathe. "Xiao Wu. Why are you so stupid? Why did you sacrifice yourself for me?" Tang San murmured in a low voice, his heart filled with endless regret and self-blame. He knew that no matter how sad he was, he could not change this fact. Strands of blue-silver grass spread again and entangled Tang San. This seemed to be the comfort from his mother. Tang San stroked the blue-silver grass, and the grief in his heart still could not be calmed. The light in the stone chamber gradually dissipated, and everything returned to calm. Tang San felt like he had a nightmare. It seemed that he was still here with Xiao Wu, leaning on each other. The next moment, they were separated forever. For Tang San, the world had become completely different. He lost the person he loved most. He knew that he could not sink like this. Because although Xiao Wu left, her love and faith remained in his heart forever. He wanted to become stronger and braver for Xiao Wu and for their future. Tang San slowly stood up and wiped the tears from his face. "Mom, let Xiao Wu's body stay here to accompany you." Tang San gently placed the little white rabbit in a wooden box. Then he buried it next to the blue-silver grass. After placing the little white rabbit, Tang San stood in front of the mound, unwilling to leave for a long time. He closed his eyes, and the memories of his time with Xiao Wu emerged in his mind. Those laughter and tears have now become the most painful memories in his heart. "Xiao Wu, thank you for giving me everything. I will continue to move forward with your love and strength. I want to become stronger, strong enough to protect everything we cherish. Until one day, maybe I can find a way for us to meet again." Tears fell again. But this time, Tang San did not let it stay for too long, but wiped it away resolutely, with unprecedented determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that immersing himself in sadness would be useless, and only by moving forward could he live up to Xiao Wu's sacrifice. "Mom, goodbye, I will come to see you later." After saying that, Tang San bowed deeply and said goodbye to his mother. Walking out of the stone chamber, the sun shone on Tang San, but it could not dispel the haze in his heart. Tang San did not stop. He knew that there were still many challenges waiting for him. This time, he might not be able to come back. But he was ready to face everything with Xiao Wu's love. On the other side, Xiao Han led the army of the Wuhan Empire to Xingluo City, and a war was about to break out. This battle would determine the fate of the Xingluo Empire. The Emperor of Xingluo concentrated all the forces he could use to fight against the powerful Wuhan Empire. Until now, Bibi has not appeared. Yu Gang was a little anxious. "Bibi, where are you, Xiao San? I hope you and Xiao Wu will fly far away and never come back." Chapter 213 Xingluo Emperor, 100,000-year Spirit Ring. The smoke of the war finally spread over Xingluo City, and the sky was shrouded in a strong fighting spirit and uneasy clouds. In order to completely defeat the enemy, the Spirit Hall sent out 4 priests, Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, Demon Subduing Douluo, and 1,000-pound Douluo, as well as Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo. Including Xiao Han, there are a total of 7 title Douluo-level powerhouses. In addition, there are many Soul Douluos and Soul Saint-level Soul Masters. Xiao Han flew high above the city wall, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, scanning the people on the Xingluo city wall, and saw the resolute face of the Star Luo Emperor. Xingluo City has been surrounded, and the Iron Cavalry of the Spirit Empire is about to flatten this land. You are simply unable to stop it. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, it is still not too late to surrender now. Xiao Han's voice echoed in the air, with unquestionable majesty. Hearing this, the Star Luo Emperor curled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flashed with an unyielding light. We, the people of Xingluo, never bow to any powerful enemy. Warriors, get ready for the battle and fight for the glory of Xingluo. Even if we die on the battlefield, we will never retreat. As the words of Emperor Xingluo fell, cheers came from the city. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo stood side by side, and powerful soul power fluctuations emanated from them, as if two sharp swords pointed directly at the sky. Ningrongrong and Yu Xiaogang stood aside. Looking at Xiao Han, Ningrongrong's eyes were full of hatred. Xiao Han killed Oscar. Although Ning Fengzi did not die at the hands of Xiao Han, he had a direct relationship with Xiao Han. Ningrongrong clenched her fists, her nails deeply embedded in her palms. The hatred in her heart was like a blazing fire. Thinking of Oscar's gentle smile and his father's meticulous care, tears rolled in her eyes, but she forced herself not to fall. Xiao Han, you are an executioner. Not only did you kill Xiao, Dean Flanders, Teacher Liu Erlong and others, but you also indirectly killed my father. Ningrongrong's voice trembled with anger. Yu Xiaogang frowned, his eyes were like torches. Facing Ningrongrong's grief, he could not say a word of dissuasion, and could only stand aside silently and give her silent support. Don't overestimate your own abilities, destroy it. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he pulled the bowstring and shot an ice arrow in the direction of Emperor Xingluo. The ice arrow cut through the sky, carrying the piercing cold and destructive power, and went straight to Emperor Xingluo. Seeing the crisis coming, Chen Xin moved his body, and the seven killing sword in his hand slashed out a silver lightning, meeting the arrow containing the extreme ice power. The sword energy and the ice arrow met in the air, bursting out a deafening roar. A strong energy wave spread around, and the soldiers on the city wall retreated involuntarily to avoid being injured by the aftermath. The seven killing sword in Chen Xin's hand shone brighter, ready for battle. Xiao Han became serious, and a chill lingered around him. For a moment, the air temperature above Xingluo city dropped sharply, and a murderous atmosphere spread. Seeing this, Emperor Xingluo's eyes became more determined. He knew that this battle was related to the survival of the Xingluo Empire, and could not afford to lose. Warriors of Xingluo, fight for your homeland and for your glory. Xiao Han, you killed my son, and today I will make you pay with blood. After saying this, Emperor Xingluo released his evil-eyed white tiger martial spirit and prepared to meet the enemy. 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red surrounded him. The bright red color suddenly appeared, and the whole battlefield seemed to be shocked. It is a symbol of hunting 100,000-year soul beast, and it is the power that soul masters dream of. This means that Emperor Xingluo has 200,000-year soul skills, 100,000-year soul bone, and 200,000-year soul bone skills. The imperial family of the Xingluo Empire has a cruel competition system, which has been the case for generations. Being able to ascend to the throne of the empire is enough to prove the talent and strength of the Xingluo emperor. However, he never shows his strength easily. If it were not a life and death battle, he would not show his 100,000-year spirit ring. Everyone present, whether it was the Wuhan Empire or the soldiers on the city wall, and even strong men like Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo, all showed incredible shock. No one had expected that the Xingluo emperor actually had such amazing strength. Ningrongrong and Yu Xiaogang looked at each other, and in addition to shock, there was more hope in each other's eyes. It turned out that the Xingluo emperor's calmness and confidence were not groundless, and he had the power to rewrite the situation. The soldiers exclaimed one after another. Many of them had never seen a 100,000-year spirit ring with their own eyes, and this shock was enough to inspire their fighting spirit and courage deep in their hearts. The figure of the Xingluo emperor became taller in their eyes, as if he had become a god guarding this land. Beside the Starluo emperor, another spirit cat spirit master also released his own martial soul and spirit rings. Although her spirit rings were not as dazzling as those of the Starluo emperor, they also had a yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black spirit ring configuration. Obviously, she was a combat soul Douluo, and might even be close to title Douluo, with impressive strength. The evil-eyed white tiger and the nether spirit cat spirit master could work together to perform a powerful martial soul fusion skill, the nether white tiger. The Starluo emperor and the nether spirit cat spirit master could naturally do the same. Moreover, they had reached the level of title Douluo and soul Douluo, and it was unimaginable what kind of strength a martial soul fusion skill they would perform together would have. It turns out that the Star Luo Emperor has always kept such a trump card. Ning Rongrong's voice was trembling, but more excited. She seemed to see the dawn of victory, and the hatred and sadness in her heart turned into a more determined fighting will at this moment. Emperor Xingluo slowly raised his head, his eyes like torches. The red 100,000-year soul ring circulated around him, as if covering him with a layer of supreme glory and brilliance. Xingluo Empire, never give up. Emperor Xingluo's voice was loud and full of unquestionable domineering. At that moment, the sky of Xingluo City seemed to be shaken by this power. The morale of the Xingluo Empire was greatly boosted. But the next scene made them feel desperate. Xingluo old man, it's just a 100,000 year soul ring and a martial soul fusion skill. What are you arrogant about? As soon as Xiao Han finished speaking, he released his martial soul and soul ring. 9 soul rings of black, 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 red, 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 blue and gold unfolded around him in turn. As soon as Xiao Han's soul ring appeared, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield solidified instantly. The first 5 soul rings were all 10,000 years. The 3 red soul rings were as hot as flames, showing his brilliant record of hunting 3 100,000-year soul beasts. And the last blue gold soul ring exudes an aura that is beyond the ordinary and almost godlike. It is the legendary million-year soul ring, symbolizing unparalleled power. Chapter 214 Let's fight to the death. That's a million-year soul ring. There was a flash of disbelief in the eyes of the Star Luo Emperor. The Nether Spirit Cat Soul Masters and a large number of guards around him all showed shocked expressions. Everyone on the Star Luo side, including Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, felt the extremely suppressed power coming from Xiao Han. Chen Xin was shocked, and doubt surged in his heart. The last time he fought with Xiao Han's 6th soul ring was still at the 10,000-year level, but now it has transformed to the 100,000-year level. This growth rate is simply shocking. Chen Xin's eyes were sharp, and he secretly speculated in his heart that Xiao Han's rapid progress and strength might be related to Tang Xiao's death. How did he do it? Chen Xin whispered to himself. Obviously, Xiao Han has become stronger again. The action of the Wuhan Empire this time is not only to destroy the Star Luo Empire, but also to completely destroy the Haoshan sect and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect to eliminate future troubles. Xiao Han's eyes were as cold as ice, as if he could penetrate all illusions and look directly at the Star Luo Emperor. Today, I will not only take your life, but also make Haoshan sect and Kibaoliuli sect pay for their choice. The cold voice echoed on the battlefield, and every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. After speaking, Xiao Han moved his body, carrying a monstrous coldness and murderous intent, and rushed directly to Xingluo Emperor. Lion Douluo, Light-Wing Douluo, Demon Subduing Douluo, Qianjin Douluo, Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo followed closely behind, releasing their own martial spirits and spirit rings, shrouding the entire Xingluo city in depression and despair. Light-Wing Douluo once again faced Sword Douluo Chen Xin. Chen Xin's 7 killing swords drew silver tracks in the air, while Light-Wing Douluo's arrows were like the whispers of the god of death, accurate and deadly. The battle between the two burst into brilliant light, and the sword shadows and arrows intertwined, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar. On the other side, the battle between Demon Subduing Douluo and Bone Douluo Gurong was equally fierce. The panlong stick of the Demon Subduing Douluo seemed to be able to shake the heaven and earth, while Bone Douluo relied on the strange power of the Bone Dragon martial spirit to cleverly defend and counterattack. Qianjin Douluo chose the 3rd elder of the Haoshan sect as his opponent. Although the 3rd elder is old, his strength should not be underestimated. His Haoshan hammer can still burst out with amazing power under the pressure of Qianjin Douluo. The battle between the two was like the collision of 2 mountains, shocking people. Snake Spear Douluo fought with Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Poyi clan. The Poyi clan was once a branch of the Haoshan sect, and was hunted down by the Spirit Hall because of the Haoshan sect. They were displaced, and fortunately they were protected by the Star Luo Emperor, so they were able to live a stable life in the Star Luo Empire. Later, with their superb alchemy skills, they had a place in the Star Luo Empire. Now that the Star Luo Empire is facing a crisis, the Poyi clan naturally has no choice but to come to support it. As the patriarch of the Poyi clan, Yang Wudi is still a Soul Douluo, but he is a pure attacking soul master. He has been studying how to improve his attack power throughout his life. Therefore, his attack power should not be underestimated, and he can face the powerful title Douluo level. Facing the flexible offensive of Snake Spear Douluo, he can always find flaws and counterattack, making this battle extremely stalemate. Thorny Porpoise Douluo faced Tuobazai. The leader of the Holy Dragon sect Tuobazai is a supporter of Bibi, and his strength is close to the title Douluo level. After Bibi established a new Wuhan Hall, she canonized Tuobazai as an elder and gave him a higher status. Although Bibi has not appeared yet, her supporters have firmly stood on the opposite side of the Wuhan Hall. Not only the Holy Dragon sect led by Tuobazai, but also several other major sects such as the Elephant Armor sect and the Wind Sword sect have helped the Xingluo Empire to fight against the Wuhan Empire. Lion Douluo did not deal with the powerful title Douluo level because he had other arrangements. His martial soul is the Fiery Lion, which has a special soul skill. It was the 8th soul skill, All Beasts Bow. When this soul skill is used, it can control all beast spirit masters below Soul Saint. This powerful group control skill can play a key role in battle. Xiao Han wanted to kill Xingluo Emperor. But he was the king of a country after all, with many guards, most of whom were Soul Douluo level soul masters. Facing the ironclad guards around Xingluo Emperor, Xiao Han was not impatient. He flicked his fingers, and ice arrows condensed from extreme ice broke through the air, with a chill that was enough to freeze the soul, pointing directly at those Soul Douluo level guards. Those ice arrows, with Xiao Han's current terrifying strength, each contained a powerful killing power. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Soul Douluo level guards were turned into ice sculptures under these ruthless ice arrows, and then shattered with a bang, leaving no room for resistance. You are trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm, overestimating your own strength. Xiao Han's voice was cold and ruthless, penetrating the hustle and bustle of the battlefield and striking directly into the heart of the Xingluo Emperor. Why are you hiding? Aren't you going to avenge your son? Come and fight me to the death. The Xingluo Emperor's face was livid, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. He also wanted to join the battle immediately, but he always kept his mind and knew to wait for the right time. After all, Xiao Han was too strong. But, as the king of a country, when had he ever been provoked like this? What's more, mentioning his deceased son touched the softest and most vulnerable part of his heart. Anger and grief intertwined, almost causing his mind to collapse. Xiao Han, don't be so arrogant. Today, I will personally chop off your head and sacrifice it to my son's spirit in heaven. The Xingluo Emperor roared, and the soul power surged around him, as if he wanted to break free from all restraints. Your Majesty, calm down. Just as the Star Luo Emperor was about to take that decisive step, the guards around him stepped forward one after another, and the voices of dissuasion were endless. They knew very well that as an emperor, the safety of the Star Luo Emperor was related to the future of the entire Star Luo Empire, and he must not take risks easily. But the Star Luo Emperor could not listen to any dissuasion at this moment. The anger in his heart was like a wildfire, and it could not be contained. With a sudden flash of the 7th soul ring, the figure of the Star Luo Emperor suddenly expanded and turned into a huge monster. It was the martial soul true body, the evil-eyed white tiger. The huge white tiger, the muscles all over the body shone with metallic luster, each of which seemed to contain 1,000 pounds of power, and the eyes were like burning flames, revealing endless majesty and anger. Roar! The evil-eyed white tiger let out a deafening roar, and the sound waves spread, making the surrounding air tremble. The momentum of the Star Luo Emperor reached its peak at this moment. Xiao Han, today is the day you die. Before he finished speaking, Emperor Xingluo launched a tentative attack. His whole body burst into brilliant golden light, instantly forming a huge cross-cut, flying towards Xiao Han rapidly. That was his 6th soul skill, White Tiger Destruction Kill, with a powerful attack power. Chapter 215, Defeating the Xingluo Emperor. Facing the fierce attack of Emperor Xingluo, Xiao Han's expression was still as calm as water, without the slightest fluctuation. He stared coldly at the rapidly approaching golden cross-slash. Just when the light was about to touch him, his left arm suddenly lit up, and a layer of solid armor condensed from extreme ice instantly covered his whole body. This was the defensive skill given by the 100,000-year-old left arm soul bone. Dang! A crisp and heavy collision echoed in the air. The White Tiger Destruction Kill of Emperor Xingluo collided with Xiao Han's ice armor, bursting out dazzling light and intense energy fluctuations. The sharpness of the cross-slash was completely blocked the moment it touched the ice, and failed to hurt Xiao Han at all. Old Xingluo, is this all you can do? Xiao Han's mouth curled up with a sneer, and his tone was full of disdain. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Han moved, as if blending into the cold wind, at a speed that was astonishing. He lightly tapped his right fingertips, and an ice arrow that was fused with the power of thunder and lightning shot out rapidly with a flash of blue lightning. This was exactly the skill of his 100,000-year right leg soul bone, the Azure Desolation Arrow. The Azure Desolation Arrow cut through the sky, carrying the momentum of destroying the world, and pointed directly at the Star Luo Emperor. Seeing this, the Star Luo Emperor's pupils shrank suddenly, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. This arrow was definitely not something that an ordinary person could resist. The Star Luo Emperor did not hesitate to activate the defense skill given by the 100,000-year soul bone, the White Tiger Golden Armor. A layer of golden light shield instantly wrapped his whole body. When the arrow touched the golden light shield, a deafening roar resounded through the sky, and the entire battlefield was shocked. The golden light shield cracked under the impact of the arrow. The powerful force directly shook the Star Luo Emperor away. His figure drew a long parabola in the air, and finally fell heavily to the ground, with dust flying. Cough. Emperor Xingluo lay on the ground, coughing violently, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Although he barely withstood the attack, he had already suffered serious injuries. However, Xiao Han's attack did not stop there. His eyes became even colder, as if he wanted to freeze everything. He saw his left leg slightly bent, and another ice arrow condensed. This is the skill of the 100,000-year left leg soul bone, the Titan Ice Explosion Arrow. This arrow is integrated with the power of the Titan, with extremely strong penetrating power and explosive effect. The Titan Ice Explosion Arrow cut through the sky, with a devastating momentum, pointing directly at Emperor Xingluo, who had just stabilized his body. Seeing this, Emperor Xingluo was shocked and retreated violently, trying to avoid this fatal attack. However, the speed and power of the Titan Ice Explosion Arrow far exceeded his imagination. Boom! With a loud bang, ice chips and lightning intertwined, bursting out with amazing power. Dozens of guards who stood in front of Emperor Xingluo died on the spot on this sudden explosion. Their bodies were penetrated by ice chips, torn by lightning, and turned into pieces of bloody flesh. Although Xingluo Emperor was lucky enough to escape the direct attack, he was also affected by the aftermath of the explosion and was severely injured again. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes full of despair and unwillingness. You dare? Xingluo Emperor raised his head with difficulty, his voice hoarse and trembling. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated so miserably. There was no pity or sympathy in Xiao Han's eyes when he looked at Xingluo Emperor, only endless indifference and determination. He pulled the bowstring in his hand to full again. Prepare to use the 9th soul skill to give Xingluo Emperor a fatal blow. Xingluo Emperor's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He knew that he had no way out. Fusion, Xingluo Emperor roared. It seemed that an invisible force was surging between him and the Nether Spirit Cat Soul Master beside him. The figures of the two began to blur and quickly merged. A strange energy fluctuation filled the air. With a flash of light, a huge netherworld white tiger with a dark and pure white light appeared out of thin air. Its eyes were like two bright stars, flashing with a mysterious and terrifying aura. The appearance of the netherworld white tiger instantly pushed the atmosphere on the battlefield to a climax. Seeing this, Xiao Han's face remained calm. The soul power in his body surged, and the blue-gold soul rings shone around him, as if containing the power to destroy everything. The 9th soul skill, the ice-breaking magic arrow, was activated. This arrow combines the extreme ice and the violent power of the deep-sea demon Whale King. It cut through the sky and flew towards the netherworld white tiger with unparalleled speed and power. The netherworld white tiger roared and gathered all its strength. When the ice-breaking magic arrow came into contact with the netherworld white tiger, a deafening roar shook the entire battlefield, as if even the space was torn apart by this blow. Although the martial soul fusion skills of the title Douluo and the soul Douluo are powerful, they cannot stop Xiao Han's million-year soul skills at all. The light dissipated. The silhouette of the netherworld white tiger became blurred, and finally transformed into two people again, the Star Luo Emperor and the netherworld Spirit Cat Spirit Master. The netherworld Spirit Cat Spirit Master fell to the ground weakly, his eyes wide open, blood hanging from the corners of his mouth, and he was obviously killed on the spot. The Star Luo Emperor lay on the ground, his face as pale as paper, and blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he had also suffered a serious injury. Xiao Han stared at the dying Star Luo Emperor with cold eyes, without any fluctuations in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a trace of extremely powerful soul power fluctuations in the air. The breath was somewhat familiar, and it came from Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, since you are here, come out. As Xiao Han's words fell, a cold wind blew across the battlefield. In the surprised eyes of everyone, a purple-black figure slowly stepped out of the void. It was Bibi Dong. A breath of death spread. Bibi Dong's eyes were as deep as the abyss, revealing unquestionable majesty and domineering. Every step she took seemed to follow an invisible rhythm, making the entire battlefield tremble. Xiao Han, it seems that you have become stronger again. Bibi Dong, you have been here for a long time, but you have been hiding in the dark and refusing to take action. Are you waiting for us to both be defeated so that you can reap the benefits? Xiao Han deliberately raised his voice to disrupt the enemy's morale. Bibi Dong's thoughts were exposed by Xiao Han, and she was furious. Xiao Han, I will return the shame to you. The last time the two fought, Bibi Dong was suppressed by Xiao Han and escaped with her immortal body. She knew that Xiao Han was powerful, but he had not reached a god level, so it was impossible for him to really kill her. Although she has not become a god now, her strength has increased compared to the last time. Restricted by the Rakshasa god test, Bibi Dong could not exert her true strength. But for the safety of her beloved Uzaya gang, she could not care so much. Chapter 216, Fighting Bibi Dong Again. Bibi Dong knew that Xiao Han had used his million-year soul skills to kill Xingluo Emperor, and his soul power had been consumed. But even so, Xiao Han should not be underestimated. If they waited any longer, Uzaya gang might be in danger. So, she showed up in time. She was a little confused, wondering why Tang San was not with Uzaya gang. Xiao Han's soul power surged, and the temperature around him dropped sharply. Seeing this, Bibi Dong flashed and directly released her second martial soul-devouring spider emperor. After the martial soul was possessed, Bibi Dong's figure changed significantly. Complex dark green spider web patterns appeared on her forehead, and a layer of crystal dark green light spread from her body. 3 pairs of dark green spider legs broke out of her back and were closely connected to her body, and her arms turned into a pair of extremely sharp dark green spears. The lower half of her body was tightly wrapped in a layer of dark green light, which looked very strange. 7 soul rings of black, red, and red surrounded her body, and each soul ring exuded a strong energy fluctuation. 200,000-year soul rings glowing with red light showed her amazing strength. When Bibi Dong's second martial soul-devouring spider emperor, was fully displayed in front of everyone, the air around her seemed to freeze, and an indescribable sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. The soul masters who were originally immersed in the shock of Xiao Han's million-year soul skills were shocked by Bibi Dong's momentum again. Xiao Han's eyes also became extremely sharp. He knew that all the soul skills of Bibi Dong's second martial soul were more than 50,000 years old and powerful. Bibi Dong's first martial soul, Death Spider Emperor, had 100,000-year soul ring. The second martial soul-devouring Spider Emperor, had 200,000-year soul rings. She had a total of 16 soul rings, including 300,000-year soul rings, with an amazing total soul power. Moreover, she could switch between the 2 martial souls freely without pausing. The surrounding soul masters, whether from the Xingluo Empire or the Wuhan Empire, stopped their actions and quietly watched this peak showdown that was about to break out. As the first soul ring on her body flashed, the first soul skill, Half Moon, was activated. The 8 spider spears on Bibi Dong's body rose at the same time. Then, a half-moon-shaped dark green light was slashed out. The movement direction of the crescent-shaped light blade can change with Bibi Dong's mind, and it has the ability to lock onto the target. Bibi Dong's strong soul power is enough to support her to swing out 8 crescent-shaped light blades in an instant. For a moment, 8 half-moon-shaped light blades whistled towards Xiao Han from all directions, each containing a deadly and terrifying force. Facing this overwhelming attack, Xiao Han did not retreat, but once again activated the defense skill of the 100,000-year-old left arm soul bone. A layer of solid armor condensed from extreme ice instantly covered his entire body, protecting him tightly. Dang dang dang, a series of crisp metal collisions sounded in the air. The 8 half-moon-shaped light blades hit Xiao Han's ice armor one after another, sparking bursts of dazzling sparks. Although these light blades were incredibly powerful, They were unable to penetrate the surface of the ice armor under its tough defense, and they were unable to hurt Xiao Han at all. Bibi Dong, this attack is not enough, Xiao Han sneered, his tone full of disdain. After resisting Bibi Dong's attack, he did not choose to passively defend, but took the initiative to counterattack. He moved as if he had merged into the cold wind, and his speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch. With a light tap of his right fingertips, an ice arrow fused with the power of lightning condensed again. This was exactly his 100,000-year right leg soul bone skill, the Azure Desolation Arrow. The arrow flashed with a faint blue lightning, with a devastating momentum, pointing directly at Bibi Dong. But Bibi Dong was obviously not that easy to deal with. At the moment when Xiao Han's Azure Desolation Arrow was about to touch Bibi Dong, 6 purple wings as thin as cicada wings suddenly spread out from behind Bibi Dong. Those were her external soul bones, the 6-winged purple wings. The 6-winged purple wings not only gave Bibi Dong the ability to fly, but also greatly reduced the consumption of soul power during high-speed movement, allowing her to maintain long-term combat effectiveness on the battlefield. With a light flap of the wings, she took off into the air like a ghost, avoiding Xiao Han's fatal blow. Humph, it's not that easy to hurt me, Bibi Dong sneered in the air, with a hint of pride and disdain in her voice. Her figure turned flexibly in the air, ready to use the height advantage to launch a new round of offensive. The 6th soul ring flickered, and a powerful breath burst out from her body. The 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation, was activated. This is a 100,000-year skill with powerful attack power. Her 2 four-armed spider spears were like 2 emerald sickles, interlaced in the air to cut out a huge green fork-shaped light wave, like the sickle of the god of death, pointing directly at Xiao Han below. Eternal Creation, ignoring physical defense and reducing energy defense by 50%, is one of Bibi Dong's most domineering single attack skills. Once hit, the wound will spread endlessly, and only soul power can be relied on to resist until the soul power is exhausted and the oil is exhausted and the lamp is exhausted. Xiao Han's absolute defense can be immune to attacks below the god level. But he did not intend to withstand Bibi Dong's eternal wound. Because the insidious and cunning Bibi Dong has other big moves. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Han once again launched the 100,000-year left leg soul bone skill, the Titan Ice Explosion Arrow. Boom! The Titan Ice Explosion Arrow and the green fork-shaped light wave collided in the air. The two forces intersected and burst into a deafening roar. The entire battlefield seemed to be torn apart by this force. The light was radiant, and the cold and energy intertwined, forming a shocking picture. The collision of the two forces produced a huge shock wave, forcing the surrounding soul masters to retreat again and again. Even the spectators in the distance could feel the heart-pounding energy fluctuations. The light dissipated. Bibi Dong and Xiao Han stood at each end of the battlefield. Xiao Han, you are really good. However, the battle has just begun, go to hell. Before the voice fell, Bibi Dong and Xiao Han started almost at the same time. Bibi Dong's body accelerated again. And the 6-winged purple wings drew a purple track in the air, like purple lightning, and rushed straight to Xiao Han. She completed the martial soul switching in the air, switching to the first martial soul Death Spider Emperor. The soul bones of the left and right arms lit up at the same time. These two soul bones were dropped from a Death Spider Emperor with a cultivation of 100,000 years. It is extremely rare for two soul bones to drop from the same soul beast. These two 100,000-year soul bones gave Bibi Dong's arm bones two identical skills. One is to transform the arms into two huge black sickles. The other is to explode the two giant sickles transformed by the arms at the same time, which can not only use the strong explosion shock wave to block the enemy's attack, but also use it to cause damage to the opponent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Bibi Dong is defeated again. Bibi Dong's arms turned into black sickles, which drew a sharp black blade of light in the air. The breath of death seemed to solidify the space. The blade of light, with its incomparable sharpness and destructive power, went straight to Xiao Han's vitals. However, Xiao Han did not panic at all. The million-year-old torso bone soul skill, the invincible golden body of the magic whale was suddenly activated, and the whole body was shining with golden light. Xiao Han's figure did not move in the air, but the golden light seemed to cover him with an invincible armor, and any attack seemed pale and powerless in front of it. The powerful defense easily turned Bibi Dong's attack. That was enough to make the title Douluo change color into nothingness. Humph, a trivial trick, Xiao Han sneered, with unquestionable pride in his voice. He quickly launched a counterattack. The 8th soul skill, the seal of the ice sky blue dragon, and the 100,000-year right leg soul bone skill, the sky blue locking arrow, were activated at the same time. 2 arrows containing the power of extreme ice shot out at the same time, cutting through the sky, with a chill that locked everything, and pointed directly at Bibi Dong. The speed of these 2 arrows was so fast that even with Bibi Dong's strength, it was difficult to dodge. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of her. The ice arrows exploded in the air, freezing Bibi Dong and her 6-winged purple wings into an ice sculpture. Inside the ice sculpture, Bibi Dong's face became extremely solemn. Although she had an immortal body and could not die for the time being, she felt ashamed to be restricted by Xiao Han. This ice power was not only powerful, but also carried a chill that could corrode the soul, forcing her to fight with all her strength. The 2 giant sickles transformed by her arms exploded instantly, and the powerful shock wave surged out like a raging wave, breaking free from the shackles of ice and breaking out of the ice. Although this attack allowed her to regain her freedom, it also came at a huge cost. The 2 sickle-shaped giant blades shattered in the explosion. With their strong recovery ability, they can gradually recover, but it will take some time. Seeing this, Xiao Han raised a cold smile. He didn't intend to give Bibi Dong a chance to breathe. Soul power gathered soul power again, and another ice arrow formed at the fingertips. Lightning flashed on the arrow and pointed directly at Bibi Dong. Facing Xiao Han's relentless pursuit, Bibi Dong was shocked but not panicked. In the process of flying and dodging, she completed the switch of martial soul again, switching to the soul-devouring spider emperor martial soul, and displayed the 7th soul skill, the soul-devouring spider emperor's true body. In this state, her figure became more weird. Her body had turned into pale green in the air, and the whole body was emitting green light mist. Her overall strength was comprehensively increased. The arm bones that were broken after the explosion also recovered quickly under the blessing of the soul-devouring spider emperor's true body. Although a lot of soul power was consumed, it undoubtedly won her a precious opportunity to counterattack. Another 100,000-year soul skill of the 6th soul ring, the abyss slash of space tearing, was activated. Bibi Dong's 2 huge green arms instantly closed together, slashing out a green light blade. This light blade was different from any previous attack. It flashed with twisted light, as if it could tear the space apart. Within the attack range, any mental detection below the god level would be shattered. This was also one of her most powerful attack methods. With this attack, Bibi Dong successfully shattered the locking arrow that had been chasing her, winning herself a moment of respite. However, the battle was not over. At this moment, Xiao Han's attention was suddenly attracted by a scene on the side. The dying Emperor Xingluo was preparing to escape from this land of death under the protection of several guards. Xiao Han shot an ice explosion arrow at them without hesitation. The ice explosion arrow exploded the moment it landed, blowing those people to pieces. The Emperor Xingluo was also blown to pieces, leaving no bones. At the moment when the Emperor Xingluo was blown to death, a bright red light flashed through Xiao Han's eyes. Xiao Han knew that it was a soul bone. It exuded an attractive light and was very likely to be a 100,000-year-old existence. Bibi Dong also noticed this, and a trace of greed flashed in her eyes, obviously wanting to take it for herself. But how could Xiao Han let her do what she wanted? Xiao Han loosened the bowstring and fired thousands of arrows. Countless arrows flew towards Bibi Dong at high speed like a meteor shower. They formed a dense arrow net, forcing Bibi Dong to temporarily give up the idea of snatching the soul bone and focus on dealing with this overwhelming attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Han urged his soul power and sucked the soul bone emitting red light into his palm. Feeling the huge energy contained in the soul bone, a touch of joy flashed in his eyes. Xiao Han has collected all the soul bones, but he can give this 100,000-year soul bone to others. With the fall of the Star Luo Emperor, the morale of the Star Luo Empire on the battlefield collapsed instantly, and the soldiers had no intention of fighting and sought a way out. Chaos and panic spread rapidly. However, the battle in the air did not subside. Several powerful worshippers of the Spirit Hall vowed to completely eliminate all threats. A shrill scream cut through the noise of the battlefield. The third elder of the Haoshan sect died under the panlong stick of Qianjin Douluo, and the fire of life was suddenly extinguished. This scene made Yu Zhigang, who was far away, feel heartbroken, with grief and powerlessness intertwined. The death of the third elder caused the already shaky Haoshan sect to completely collapse. Since then, there is no more strong man in the Haoshan sect, and it exists in name only. Xiao Han did not relax because of this, and his eyes were locked on Bibi again. An arrow containing the ultimate ice power cut through the sky and pointed directly at Bibi. This time, Bibi did not choose to take it hard. She casually swung out a black light blade, deflecting the arrow, and then her figure flashed, turning into a black shadow, and quickly evacuated the battlefield. She knew in her heart that in her current state, she was not enough to defeat Xiao Han. The situation was over. She had to ensure Yu Zhiagang's safety. "Zhiagang, let's go," Bibi voice suddenly rang in Yu Zhiagang's ears. Before Yu Zhiagang could react, she pulled Yu Zhiagang up and fled into the distance, ignoring the flames of war around them. Yu Zhiagang was worried about the battlefield. Jian Douluo, Gu Douluo, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjin, Zhu Zhuking and others were still struggling in the chaos. However, he also understood that it was the wisest choice to follow Bibi and leave at this moment. In the chaos, Ma Hongjin spread his wings and flew away, ready to escape. The red color was particularly conspicuous in the crowd. Seeing Bibi escape again, Xiao Han shot the arrow that was originally intended to shoot at Bibi directly at Ma Hongjin. The arrow hit Ma Hongjin and exploded, blowing him to pieces. On the other side, Jian Douluo saw that the situation was becoming more and more critical and made a quick decision. "Gu Rong, take Rongrong away," Jian Douluo shouted loudly, ready to fight Guangling Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo on his own to buy precious time for Gu Douluo and Ning Rongrong to escape. Chapter 218 Devouring Sword Douluo Bone Douluo. Hearing Chen Xin's cry, Gurong immediately took action and came to Ning Rongrong. He was ready to use his strange space shuttle ability to take Ning Rongrong away. However, at this critical moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped his heart. A dazzling golden light appeared out of thin air. It was Xiao Han's million-year trunk bone soul skill, the demon whale's death devouring. In the center of the golden light, a huge black vortex spun rapidly, as if it could swallow everything. Gurong and Ning Rongrong had no time to react, and were sucked into the vortex by the irresistible force and disappeared from everyone's sight. "Rongrong," Jian Douluo shouted heartbreakingly. At this time, Qianjin Douluo also joined the team besieging Jian Douluo. After the golden vortex swallowed Gurong and Ning Rongrong, the atmosphere on the battlefield became heavier and more desperate. Shenzhen was now besieged by Guangling Douluo, Jiangmo Douluo and Qianjin Douluo, three powerful worshippers. His figure seemed more lonely and tragic in the fierce battle. "Shenzhen, you are very strong, but unfortunately you are on the wrong side." Guangling Douluo's voice was cold. He had fought Shenzhen several times, but he failed to win. He knew that the existence of such a strong enemy was a huge threat to the stability of the Wuhan Empire and must be eradicated. Shenzhen remained calm. He knew that he might not be able to escape death today, but the seven killing sword in his hand still flashed a deadly cold light. Ning Fengzi, Gurong and Ning Rongrong had all passed away, and his heart was empty. It seemed that only by dying in battle could he be freed. "Come on. Let's fight to the death." Shenzhen waved the seven killing sword in his hand and fought with the three priests. On the other side, the battle between Thorny Porpoise Douluo and Tuobazai also entered a white-hot stage. Thorny Porpoise Douluo's means of attack is poison. Although Tuobazai has not yet reached the level of title Douluo, he relies on the power and defense of the white-armored Earth Dragon martial spirit to compete with it. However, the fall of Emperor Xingluo made him realize that the defeat was inevitable, and he had the idea of retreating. "Humph, you want to escape? You have nowhere to escape." At this critical moment, a ferocious lion rushed into the battlefield and punched Tuobazai. Tuobazai was unable to dodge and was directly shattered by this punch. His body fell like a kite with a broken string, and finally left a pool of blood on the ground. At the same time, the contest between Snake Spear Douluo and Yang Wudi was also coming to an end. Snake Spear Douluo's martial spirit gave him a perfect combination of speed and strength. Yang Wudi was known for his powerful strength, and every blow was deadly. As time went on, Snake Spear Douluo gradually showed signs of fatigue, while Yang Wudi became more and more courageous. "Humph. Title Douluo, that's all. That's all for today. Yang Wudi shouted and prepared to evacuate. He also knew that it would be too late if he didn't leave. But just as he turned around, Xiao Han's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, blocking his way. Yang Wudi, what are you arrogant about? Xiao Han's eyes were as cold as ice. The frozen domain was activated instantly. You can't escape. Yang Wudi was completely frozen and unable to move. A black icy vortex suddenly appeared out of thin air. Yang Wudi's eyes widened. And he looked at the black icy vortex that bound him tightly with horror. This ice was completely different from any freezing power he had encountered before. It contained a deep and terrifying power, as if it came from the underworld, and wanted to annihilate his soul and body together. What kind of power is this? Yang Wudi trembled in the ice, feeling unprecedented despair. With Xiao Han's control, the rotation speed of the black icy vortex became faster and faster, and Yang Wudi's figure gradually blurred in the vortex and finally dissipated into nothingness. The whole process was clean and neat, without any drag. On the other side, although Chen Xin was powerful, he gradually showed signs of exhaustion under the joint suppression of the three powerful worshippers. Chen Xin, accept your fate. Submitting to the spirit hall is your only way to survive, the demon subduing Douluo said coldly, with the arrogance of a winner in his tone. However, Chen Xin did not give up. His eyes remained firm, and the light on the seven-killing sword never dimmed even in the desperate situation. I would rather die in battle than bow to the spirit hall. In Chen Xin's resolute and firm eyes, his aura suddenly climbed to the peak, and the seven killing's true body suddenly appeared, bathed in the dazzling sword light. At this moment, he seemed to be integrated with the seven-killing sword in his hand, becoming the most dazzling existence on the battlefield. The ninth soul ring on his body finally lit up at this moment. The ninth soul skill, God and Demon Double Slash, was activated. The air seemed to be torn into invisible cracks, and countless sword lights containing the power to kill gods and demons condensed out of thin air, each of which was enough to shake the world. This attack has super strong attack power, and can even kill a title Douluo of the same level in seconds. But it will consume all of Chen Xin's soul power, and he will not use it easily without Ning Fengxi's assistance. Obviously, he is ready to die. Countless soul masters will die under his sword light. He wanted to use this final blow to put an end to the feud between himself and the Spirit Hall. However, just as the sword light that was enough to overturn the situation was about to pour out, a more dazzling golden light suddenly rose from the side, like the rising sun, illuminating the entire battlefield. Xiao Han stepped forward without hesitation, and the million-year-old trunk bone soul skill, the demon whale's invincible golden body, was instantly activated. The golden barrier firmly blocked Chen Xin's sword light. That was enough to kill the same level in seconds. At the same time, the sky seemed to be divided into two, and a vortex of ice blue, red, and deep black swirled out. That was the ice and fire yin and yang domain that Xiao Han had integrated into the devouring power. It was a terrifying domain that could freeze everything, burn and devour everything. The vortex was like a huge mouth, not only swallowing all the sword light, but also enveloping Chen Xin in it. A trace of shock flashed in Chen Xin's eyes, but more of it was relief. All this seemed to be destined, and it was his final fate as the guardian of the seven treasures. Glazed tile sect Chen Xin's soul power was completely exhausted at this moment, and his body was shaky. But his eyes were still clear, without any fear or regret. Fengzi Hi, wrong, brother Gu Rong, I'm here to accompany you. Chen Xin's figure gradually blurred in the vortex of the ice and fire domain, and finally turned into nothingness. On the battlefield, everything seemed to be still. The fall of Jian Douluo moved everyone. Whether it was the strong men of the Wuhan Hall or the ordinary soul masters, they all felt the tragic grandeur that transcended life and death. Chapter 219, Unfeeling Uzaya Gang. The flag of the Spirit Empire flew high above Xingluo City, announcing their great victory in this battle. Xingluo Emperor was dead, and Jian Douluo, Gu Douluo, the three elders of the Haotian sect, and those strong men who supported Bibi Dong, also died. Bibi Dong had an immortal body and escaped again with the waste Uzaya gang. But she lost face twice in a row at the hands of Xiao Han. Xiao Han did not relax because of this. As long as Bibi Dong was not eliminated, she would always be a huge hidden danger. In the distance, Tang San hid his figure, his eyes intertwined with grief and anger. Xiao Wu's soul was closely connected with him. Although the power of the sacrifice allowed him to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, the soul power of level 65 seemed insignificant in the battle of the title Douluo level. He could only hide in the dark like a turtle and watch, witnessing the three elders of the Haoshan sect, Ma Hongjian, Ning Rongrong, Gu Douluo, and Jian Douluo die one by one, and his heart was as painful as a knife. Haoshan sect, this once glorious sect, suffered heavy losses in this battle, and lost a large number of disciples. The third elder, the last titled Douluo level strongman in the sect, was also killed. The Seven Treasures glazed sect was even worse. With the death of the new sect master Ning Rongrong and the two guardian Douluos, its glorious days came to an end. The two major sects fell completely. Tang San's eyes passed through the layers of smoke and fell on the once prosperous but now devastated Xingluo city. The emotions surging in his heart were complicated and difficult to describe. He clenched his teeth tightly, as if he wanted to swallow all the grief and anger into his stomach. In those deep eyes, there were layers of red. Tears rolled in his eyes, but he tried hard not to let them fall. Why am I so weak? Tang San shouted silently in his heart, with endless bitterness. Although he got the 100,000-year spirit ring sacrificed by Xiao Wu, this power still seemed insignificant in front of the real strong. He witnessed his companions fall one by one, but he was powerless. This feeling of powerlessness made him feel collapsed. Wrong, Fatty, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, third elder, those familiar people kept echoing in Tang San's mind. Thinking that they had passed away, his heart was broken. Xiao Han, all this is caused by you. Tang San clenched his fists, his nails almost embedded in his palms, but he seemed to feel no pain. His heart was full of hatred. But he also knew that with his current strength, he could not compete with a strong man like Xiao Han. This feeling of powerlessness made him feel unprecedented despair and confusion. But he also understood that he could not give up like this, could not let Xiao Wu sacrifice in vain, and could not let those who passed away be disappointed. I will become stronger, no matter how much it costs, Tang San swore secretly in his heart, and this oath was like a flash of lightning, cutting through the darkness and confusion in his heart. Yu Xiaogang was rescued by Bibi Dong again. Tang San guessed that they might go to the hidden cave, so he turned and left. Xiao Han led people to clean up the mess of Xingluo city. After this battle, his soul power was raised by one level, reaching level 98 in the dim and deep cave. The weak light barely illuminated the surroundings, reflecting two faces with their own thoughts. Yu Xiaogang lowered his head, his hands resting weakly on his knees, his eyes empty and confused. His heart was filled with deep self-blame and powerlessness, as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Xiaogang, this is not your fault. Bibi Dong's voice rang out in the silent cave, with a hint of imperceptible tenderness. She slowly walked to Yu Xiaogang's side, squatted down, and her eyes showed real concern. Yu Xiaogang raised his head, his eyes slightly red, and his voice hoarse. It's me. It's me who is too incompetent. I can only watch them fall one by one, but I can't do anything. Bibi Dong shook her head gently. No. Xiaogang, it's not your fault. Everyone has his own destiny. You have been working hard in your own way. Your wisdom and strategy are equally important to us. Moreover, the outcome of this war cannot be decided by one or two people. Bibi Dong's words brought a touch of warmth and comfort. Yu Xiaogang was slightly stunned, and seemed to find a trace of strength from Bibi Dong's words. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. Bibi Dong, thank you. I know that I have always relied too much on you. Without you, I would have died on the battlefield long ago. Xiaogang, I'm really glad that you think so. Bibi Dong felt relieved and felt that everything she did for Yu Xiaogang was worth it. She knew that Yu Xiaogang could not let go of the hatred in his heart. Although she wanted to help Yu Xiaogang get revenge, she was powerless at present. Xiaogang, you have to be patient. After I become a god, I will definitely avenge you and kill Xiao Han and those powerful enemies who have bullied us. Yu Xiaogang heard this, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, but then dimmed again. He knew that the road to becoming a god was not easy. Seeing Yu Xiaogang remain silent, Bibi Dong continued, I am currently restricted by the god test and cannot exert my full strength, otherwise I would not have been defeated by Xiao Han twice in a row. It may take several years to break through and become a god, but I will definitely do it. Yu Xiaogang nodded gently. Although he was still a little uneasy, looking at Bibi Dong's determined eyes, he could only secretly cheer himself up. He knew that the only person he could rely on now was Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, I believe in you. The two smiled at each other, as if they were back to the past. Bibi Dong tentatively leaned her head into Yu Xiaogang's arms. Yu Xiaogang accepted it happily. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten Liu Erlong and his oath to Liu Erlong. Xiaogang, promise me that you will not go anywhere, just stay in this cave, practice with me, and wait for me to become a god. Okay, Yu Xiaogang nodded slightly. This deep spider cave exudes a disgusting aura of death. But who else can he rely on except Bibi Dong? Xingluo Emperor is dead, and Spirit Hall will soon be able to unify the entire Douluo continent. The world is so big that there is no place for him to stay. With his spirit power that is less than level 30, going out would be like committing suicide. Bibi Dong suddenly thought of Tang San. By the way, Xiaogang, why don't I see Tang San and Xiao? Where are they? Yu Xiaogang shook his head. I don't know either. A few days ago, he suddenly left without saying goodbye, saying that he had something to deal with. He left with Xiao and never came back. Tang San is a smart man. Maybe he had predicted this crisis in advance, so he took Xiao away. It's good this way. He is still young and will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Saving his life is the most important thing. Chapter 220 The Only Hidden Danger Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaogang didn't think Tang San was a deserter. He thought that his departure might have other reasons, and he had to go through some difficulties. Just as the two were immersed in their own thoughts, Bibi Dong suddenly frowned. She keenly sensed the weak soul power fluctuations coming from outside the cave, which was a familiar yet strange feeling. Then, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave like a ghost. It was Tang San. His arrival broke the tranquility in the cave. Teacher, you are really here? Tang San's voice was a little hoarse and tired. Yu Xiaogang raised his head suddenly, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he quickly stood up to greet him. Xiao-san, I'm so glad you're okay. Tang San nodded gently, his eyes swept over Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong, although he didn't say anything, but the complicated emotions were hard to hide. Teacher, after you left, Mo Hongjin was unfortunately pierced through the heart by Xiao Han's arrow while escaping, and Rongrong and Bone Douluo were swallowed by the strange vortex cast by Xiao Han. Senior Jian Douluo fought against several great priests of the Spirit Hall alone, and even though he used his ultimate move, he still failed to escape the strange vortex. Xingluo City has completely fallen. With every word, Tang San's heart became heavier. Yu Xiaogang's face also became paler and paler. He trembled with his hands, and could hardly believe his ears. He knew that after this war, the fate of the Clear Sky sect and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, like their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, was heading towards the inevitable path of decline. Teacher, Clear Sky sect, Tang San's voice was a little choked, and he didn't know how to continue. This heavy reality almost suffocated him. Yu Xiaogang suppressed his grief, patted Tang San's shoulder, and comforted him. Xiao-san, it's good that you are alive. By the way, where have you been these days? Where is Xiao Wu? Why didn't she come? Tang San lowered his head, and finally couldn't hold back his tears, and choked and said, Teacher, Xiao Wu, she is gone. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang was struck by lightning, and his heart tightened. Xiao-san, you knew it was dangerous? Why did you go back to Xingluo City? No. Teacher, Xiao Wu did not die in the war. In order to let me survive and let me become stronger as soon as possible, she chose to sacrifice herself to me and became my sixth spirit ring. What? This sudden news, like a heavy hammer, hit Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong's hearts hard. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with disbelief. Although she was cold, she couldn't help but be moved by such deep affection. She never thought that Xiao Wu would do this for Tang San. This sacrifice transcended life and death and shocked people's hearts. Xiao Wu, she really? Bibi Dong's voice was low and complex. She seemed to be looking for the right words to express her feelings, but in the end it only turned into a long sigh. Yu Xiaogang couldn't believe that Xiao Wu, who is always full of energy and smiling, would leave them in this way. How could this happen? Yu Xiaogang murmured to himself. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the pain in his heart. Teacher, Pope, we can't let them die in vain. I want to become stronger, strong enough to fight Xiao Han and avenge all those who died because of them. Bibi Dong looked at Tang San, and a trace of complex emotions flashed in her eyes. Tang San's determination and perseverance were exactly what she admired. Although she had a different position from Tang San, she had to admit that Tang San's growth rate was far beyond her expectations. Tang San, with Xiao Wu's sacrifice, your growth rate will go further. I believe that it won't be long before you can become a real strong man. I will definitely work hard. Bibi Dong nodded slightly. I just told Xiaogang that you should stay here for the time being and not go anywhere. It's just right that you can keep him company and practice here with peace of mind. When I become a god, I will be able to kill all of Xiao Han's people. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang looked at each other, then nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Tang San also knew that there was no place for him in such a big world. It was very dangerous outside. It was a wiser choice to stay here and practice with peace of mind and become stronger silently. The Star Luo Empire was dead, and the Star Luo Empire was completely destroyed. The Spirit Hall finally achieved the unification of Douluo continent. But Xiao Han did not relax because of this. He tried to find Bibi Dong's trace, but to no avail. Xiao Han returned to Xianxia City. The battle in Star Luo City had already spread throughout the Douluo continent. Lin Zhiruo was proud of Xiao Han's strength. The mother and son talked a lot. Xiao Han took out the soul bone with a red glow from the soul guide. That was the 100,000-year soul bone that fell from the body of Emperor Xingluo after he was killed. Xiao Han knew that it had a powerful defensive skill, and the other skill was unknown. Mom, this is the 100,000-year right leg soul bone I just mentioned to you. I'm giving it to you. Lin Zhiruo carefully took the soul bone, feeling the powerful energy contained in it, and was a little excited. Xiao Han urged, Mom, you should fuse it now. I'm worried that Bibi Dong will come to Xianxia City for revenge. After you fuse this soul bone, your strength will definitely increase a lot. Okay, then, under Xiao Han's protection, Lin Zhiruo fused the 100,000-year right leg soul bone. Mom, how is it? How much has your soul power increased? Xiao Han asked with some anticipation. Lin Zhiruo smiled and said, my soul power had originally shown signs of breaking through the 94th level. After fusing with that soul bone, it directly broke through the 95th level. The 100,000-year soul bone is indeed different. Congratulations, Mother. I wonder what soul skills it has brought you. As you said, one is a defensive skill and the other is to increase strength. Both are very helpful. Great. Xiao Han accepted Jinrixu's trust and could not stay in Xianxia City forever. He knew that with his mother Lin Zhiruo's current strength, if Bibi Dong suddenly attacked, she would not be able to compete with Bibi Dong. Therefore, he had to find Bibi Dong as soon as possible and completely solve this hidden danger. Although Bibi Dong has an immortal body and is difficult to be killed, he has a special method and believes that the move can kill Bibi Dong. Jinrixu devoted herself to the Angel God test. Under Xiao Han's management, the Wuhan Empire became increasingly stable and the people gradually lived a stable life. After destroying the Xingluo Empire, Xiao Han ordered all the leaders of the new sects that supported Bibi Dong to be eliminated in order to prevent them from reviving. Now, the only hidden danger is Bibi Dong. In the decisive battle of Xingluo City, Tang San and Xiao Wu did not appear, and Xiao Han did not know where they went. He thought of a place and decided to go and take a look. Chapter 221, Yin's Complete Demise. Xiao Han knew that Tang San's mother, Yin, was buried in a stone chamber by Tang Hao. The stone chamber was in a deep mountain in the Xiangdao Empire. There was a huge waterfall about 200 meters high in the mountain. The place was not far from the Holy Soul village. As long as you search carefully in that area, you can find it. Tang San is likely hiding there. After finding Tang San, you may be able to find out where Bibi Dong is hiding. A few days later, Xiao Han came to the Holy Soul village and searched carefully in that area. After passing through the dense forest and crossing the turbulent stream, he finally came to a valley and found a huge waterfall. The waterfall was like a silver dragon descending from the sky, with a deafening roar and water mist, making the surrounding environment hazy and mysterious. Is it here? It seems that I can't feel Tang San's breath. Xiao Han's figure was like a flash of lightning, passing through the barrier of the waterfall. When he walked out of the water curtain, his eyes suddenly opened up. There was indeed a stone chamber inside. Xiao Han walked into the stone chamber and searched around in the dim environment. Soon, his eyes were attracted by a small mound deep in the stone chamber. On the mound, a blue-silver grass swayed gently in the breeze, and the light from the top of the cave just fell on it. Xiao Han knew that this was the blue-silver grass transformed from the remaining soul of Tang San's mother, Yin. To his disappointment, Tang San was not here. Just as Xiao Han was about to leave, he suddenly found a trace of excavation on the edge of the mound. This caught his attention. What was buried under this? Out of curiosity and caution, Xiao Han decided to dig this place to see what secrets were hidden underneath. As the excavation went deeper, a wooden box gradually appeared. A sour smell emanated from it. Xiao Han was startled. Then he carefully opened the wooden box. Inside, he saw a rabbit that had not yet completely rotted. Looking at this rabbit, a thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind. Could this be Xiao Wu? Xiao Han realized that this rabbit was very likely the incarnation of Xiao Wu. In order to keep Tang San alive and make him stronger as soon as possible, Xiao Wu sacrificed herself to Tang San. Xiao Han knew that even if Xiao Wu did not choose to sacrifice herself, her days with Bibi Dong would never be easy. Not only did she have to be on guard against the threat of Bibi Dong, the murderer of her mother, but she also had to use Bibi Dong's power to avenge those who died because of her. Such a life was undoubtedly a torment for her. It's better to die, and be free early, but it's just a bargain for that little jerk. Xiao Han looked at the blue silver grass and continued, you don't have to wait for Tang Hao. Maybe you have guessed it long ago. He is dead and his body is gone. The blue silver grass seemed to be touched by Xiao Han's words. It suddenly burst out with unprecedented vitality. The slender grass leaves seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, climbing up crazily, expanding to the surroundings, and instantly filling the entire stone chamber. This sudden growth was tragic and resolute. The grass leaves conveyed not only the struggle of life, but also some kind of emotional catharsis. They intertwined and entangled in the air, forming an airtight green net curtain. The light in the stone room was swallowed by the sudden green, leaving only a vibrant vitality in the dimness. Every leaf of the blue-silver grass seemed to be trembling, and every vein was telling of unwillingness and resentment. They struggled and twisted. After reaching the peak, the blue-silver grass began to decline rapidly, and the color changed from bright green to withered yellow, and the vitality seemed to be drained in an instant. They drooped weakly and finally scattered all over the ground. This power came quickly and went quickly, like a gorgeous but short-lived firework. The sudden feast of life ended in a dead silence, leaving only the faint sadness in the air that had not yet dissipated. Xiao Han looked at this scene and was shocked. Just one sentence could arouse such a strong reaction from the blue-silver grass. He slowly approached the withered blue-silver grass, squatted down, gently touched the withered yellow leaves, and a trace of sympathy flashed in his eyes. Perhaps, this is your fate. Xiao Han left. He will continue to look for Tang San and Bibi Dong. The stone chamber returned to peace again. Only a withered blue-silver grass and the remains of a rabbit were left lying there quietly. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Jin Ringsu entrusted everything of the Wuhan Empire to Xiao Han, and she herself devoted herself to the angel god test. Under Xiao Han's rule, the Wuhan Empire became more and more stable. Without war, the people lived and worked in peace and contentment, and their lives were getting better and better. While in charge of the empire, Xiao Han was also practicing. His soul power broke through the 98th level and reached the 99th level, just one step away from becoming a god at the 100th level. At the same time, he sent people to search for Bibi Dong and Tang San everywhere. As long as Bibi Dong was not eliminated, it would always be a huge hidden danger. However, after 2 years, there was still no harvest. Bibi Dong and Tang San seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. In the past 2 years, Tang San has been practicing hard. He didn't dare to go out, fearing to meet Xiao Han and the people of the Spirit Empire. He didn't care about the outside world, and only focused on his own improvement. That day, Tang San woke up from his training, his eyes flashing with excitement. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang immediately came over. Xiao San, you look like this, have you made a breakthrough? Tang San nodded and smiled. Teacher, I finally broke through level 70. Xiao San, congratulations. After obtaining the 7th soul ring, you will have the ability to release the spirit body. Yeah, Tang San was a little excited. When the spirit body is activated, all attributes can be greatly improved. His strength is about to undergo a qualitative change and take a big step forward. This is what he has dreamed of, and now it has finally come true. Yu Xiaogang said happily, Xiao San, let me go with you to hunt spirit beasts. Tang San shook his head. Teacher, it's dangerous outside. The spies of the Spirit Empire may have spread all over the Douluo continent. I'd better go alone. If they find me, I can escape. Yu Xiaogang understood what Tang San meant. He was too weak. If they acted together, they would become a burden to Tang San. However, He was worried about Tang San going to hunt soul beasts alone. Xiao San, even if you can hunt soul beasts alone, you still need someone to take care of you when absorbing soul rings. I'd better go with you. Tang San thought about it. Okay, let's go to the starred out Great Forest. There are many kinds of soul beasts there, and it is easier to find soul beasts of high age. Well, then let's go quickly and come back quickly. Tang San went to the starred out Great Forest with Yu Xiaogang with great anticipation. He will obtain the crucial 7th soul ring there. Chapter 222, Yu Xiaogang wasted. After Xiao Wu's sacrifice, Tang San's strength was greatly improved, and he obtained 200,000-year soul ring skills and 200,000-year soul bone skills. The 2 soul ring skills are Void and Explosive 8-segment throw. When using Void, Tang San's body can be virtualized, unaffected by any physical attack, and 50% immune to soul power attacks. Explosive 8-segment throw was originally Xiao Wu's innate skill, and it has great lethality. However, this skill requires the waist bow soul skill as a basis, and also requires a certain degree of flexibility, so Tang San cannot exert its full power. The 200,000-year soul bone skills that Xiao Wu brought to Tang San are Teleport and Invincible Golden Body. These 2 were originally Xiao Wu's soul ring skills, and after being sacrificed to Tang San, they became 100,000-year skills. Tang San can teleport within 100 meters, and each time only consumes 1% of his soul power, which complements the Ghost Shadow. Invincible Golden Body is a very powerful defensive skill that can withstand all attacks below the God level. However, it can only last for 3 seconds and can only be used 3 times a day. But this is enough for Tang San. Tang San believed that with these 400,000-year spirit skills, he could hunt down a spirit beast with a cultivation level of more than 50,000 years alone. A few days later, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang came to the Xingdao Great Forest. After a careful search, they found a spirit beast with a cultivation level of about 60,000 years. With several 100,000-year spirit skills, Tang San successfully hunted down the spirit beast. Under Yu Xiaogang's care, Tang San began to absorb the spirit ring. Time passed by minute. Seeing Tang San wake up from absorbing the spirit ring, Yu Xiaogang couldn't wait to ask, Xiao San, how do you feel? Tang San stood up, feeling the changes in himself, a little excited. Teacher, my spirit power has increased by 1 level, reaching the 71st level. Great. Now, you also have the ability to release the spirit body. The 2 smiled at each other. Yu Xiaogang looked around and reminded, it is not advisable to stay here for a long time. We have to leave quickly. Well, let's go. The 2 were about to leave when they suddenly felt a strong spirit power fluctuation coming from the front. Teacher, someone is coming. Tang San's eyes became sharp instantly, and he scanned the surroundings vigilantly. He was extremely sensitive to danger. This soul power fluctuation was definitely not something that an ordinary soul master could produce. It must be a strong one. Yu Xiaogang's face changed, and his eyes followed Tang San's line of sight closely. Before they could make the next move, a familiar figure appeared in front of them like a ghost. The figure was tall and cold, surrounded by a faint blue light, and the space within 100 meters quickly solidified. Tang San's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and even breathing became difficult. The person who came was the enemy who killed his father that he had been obsessed with and hated to the bone, Xiao Han. That face, that breath, even if he had dreamed of it countless times, seeing it with his own eyes at this moment still made him feel like he was struck by lightning, and he was instantly nervous to the extreme. He never thought that he would meet this enemy who made him lose everything here. The anger, grief, and fear in his heart intertwined together, forming a complex emotion that almost drowned him. Yu Xiaogang, who was standing by, was so frightened that he stood there in a daze, his face as pale as paper, his eyes full of despair. Without Bibi Dong's protection, he knew that he could not escape Xiao Han's grasp no matter what. Fear was like ice, eroding his reason bit by bit, making it almost impossible for him to think. At this critical moment, Tang San's left arm soul bone instantly flashed. He activated the 100,000-year left arm bone skill without hesitation, preparing to escape from this land of death. Although he was full of hatred for Xiao Han and wanted to avenge his father and those who died because of Xiao Han, he knew that with his current strength, a head-on confrontation with Xiao Han was tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. Only by saving his life first would he have a chance to make a comeback in the future and complete his revenge. Tang San used all his soul power to try to break free from Xiao Han's suppression, but he was like being locked tightly by invisible shackles and could not move at all. Xiao Han's strength was so strong that it was like an insurmountable mountain, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. Even Tang San couldn't move, let alone use awakens. A sneer appeared on Xiao Han's face, and he looked at Tang San teasingly like a cat playing with a mouse. Tang San, I have been looking for you for 2 years, and even went to the stone chamber where your mother and Xiao Wu were buried. Xiao Wu sacrificed herself for you, and I knew that you might come to the starred-out great forest to hunt soul beasts and improve your strength. So, I had already ordered people to wait here, and sure enough, I waited for you. Hearing this, Tang San was terrified. He was emotional, his eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, Xiao Han, why do you know that place? What did you do to my mother and Xiao Wu? Tang San's voice was full of anger and unwillingness, as if he wanted to eat Xiao Han alive. Feeling Tang San's anger and despair, Xiao Gan said slowly, I told the blue silver grass that Tang Hao was dead, and it withered on its own. Xiao Wu was smart and knew that sacrificing to you would make you stronger. However, she should regret it now, because you will die in my hands today. Tang San's heart was broken, and he could not accept this cruel reality. His father's death, Xiao Wu's sacrifice, all of this was thanks to Xiao Han. Now, even the little soul left of his mother could not be saved. He clenched his fists, his nails deeply embedded in his palms, and blood dripped through his fingers, but he seemed to feel no pain, only a full of anger burning. Gang was beside him, already scared to death. He knew Xiao Han's methods very well. Without Bibi by his side, he and Tang San would probably not be able to escape death. At this critical moment, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Xiao Han, if you kill me and Tang San today, Bibi will definitely not let you go. You know her methods. Even if she can't kill you, she can kill everyone around you. Xiao Han snorted coldly, you Gang, you are a useless person who relies on others for power. How dare you threaten me? I just want to find Bibi. I will spare your life for now, but I will never let you have an easy life. As soon as Xiao Han finished speaking, an even colder breath suddenly hit him. Gang was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Xiao Han pinched his fingers lightly, and Gang's entire right leg instantly exploded into countless fragments, along with broken ice crystals, flying everywhere. A pig-killing scream came from Gang's mouth. He endured the pain, lowered his head to look at his body, and found that his right leg had disappeared, and the blood flowing out was quickly frozen. My leg is gone. Chapter 223, Killing Tang San. Friends, this chapter has 4,000 words. Tang San's eyes seemed to be frozen on that scene. Gang's entire right leg collapsed, and the bloody scene was like a nightmare that impacted his vision and mind. He felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It was a fear and powerlessness that was deeper than facing any difficulties. Tang San's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Every beat was accompanied by severe pain, and breathing became extremely difficult. Gang's pain was not only physical destruction, but also mental collapse. He never thought that he would end up like this. He was a waste, and a broken leg made him even more useless. That face was distorted by extreme pain at this moment, and his eyes were full of despair and unwillingness. Tears gathered in the corners of his eyes, and then solidified into ice beads by the cold wind. Teacher, Tang San's throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he could only utter a low and hoarse whisper. Gang's position in his heart has long surpassed the boundaries of blood relationship. He is not only his guide in martial arts cultivation, but also his spiritual pillar. The deep friendship between master and apprentice is more sincere and warm than any blood relationship. Xiao Han, you devil! Tang San finally burst out with the anger that had been pent up for a long time. His eyes were full of bloodshot, as if they were about to bleed, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably because of anger. He tried to break free from the invisible restraints imposed on him by Xiao Han. But those efforts were useless, and every impact could only bring a heavier sense of despair. Xiao Han looked at Tang San's struggle coldly, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Little jerk, why are you barking? It's your turn soon. This sentence was like a cold blade, piercing Tang San's heart again. Seeing this, Gang's fear and worry were instantly replaced by anger. He forgot the pain in his body and shouted with all his strength, Xiao Han, if you have anything to say, come to me, don't embarrass Tang San." Although his voice was weak, it revealed an unquestionable firmness. Xiao Han looked at Yu Xiaogang with full disdain. "You hypocritical hypocrite, if it weren't for finding Bibi Dong, I would kill you now." After saying that, his attention returned to Tang San again. "It seems that you have already merged the 100,000-year-old left-arm soul bone that fell from the rabbit." Xiao Han's words were full of certainty, which made Tang San's heart sink to the bottom. He widened his eyes in horror and was almost suffocated by nervousness. "You? What are you going to do? Do I even need to ask?" "Bring it to you." Xiao Han's face turned cold in an instant. As he moved his mind, Tang San was instantly wrapped in a thick layer of ice, becoming alive like ice sculpture. Yu Xiaogang witnessed all this and was terrified to the extreme. He knew what would happen next, but he couldn't stop it. Yu Xiaogang shouted at the top of his lungs, "No! Xiao Han, stop it!" However, Xiao Han didn't even look at him, completely ignoring his plea. With a light pinch of his fingers, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, Tang San's entire left arm instantly shattered in the ice, and the frozen flesh and blood turned into countless tiny ice fragments, scattering in all directions. "Ah!" Tang San let out a shrill scream. The pain of losing his left arm is not only a physical injury, but also a mental injury. That was the left arm he used to swing the clear sky hammer, and it was an important weapon in his battle, but now it has become nothing. In comparison, the physical pain seems to have become less important, and the psychological blow has plunged him into deep despair. At this moment, a red light slowly descended from the sky. It was the 100,000-year soul bone that fell from Xiao Wu's body, and it floated quietly in the air. Xiao Han stretched out his right hand and urged his soul power, and the soul bone seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and slowly floated towards him. Seeing this scene, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang's heart sank to the bottom. "No! Xiao Wu!" Tang San's voice was full of despair and helplessness. He seemed to see Xiao Wu's gentle and firm eyes and hear her encouraging words. However, all this was irreversible. He could only watch the soul bone being taken by Xiao Han. "Xiao Wu, I'm sorry, I'm too incompetent. I didn't protect the soul bone you left for me." Tang San's tears fell, and he felt guilty for his incompetence. No matter how much regret he had, he couldn't change the facts in front of him. He could only accept this pain. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San's painful appearance, his heart full of guilt and self-blame. He knew that if he hadn't dragged Tang San down, maybe he would still have a chance of survival. However, it was too late to say anything now, and they could only face reality. Tang San endured the severe pain, his eyes red. He took a deep breath, as if to absorb all the anger and unwillingness into his chest. "Xiao Han, just kill me and let my teacher go. He is no threat to you. He is just a useless man who lost his right leg. He is not worth your time." Xiao Han smiled when he heard this. He looked down at Tang San as if he was looking at a dying ant. "Are you teaching me how to do things? That's ridiculous. I will definitely kill you, but you still have a 100,000-year right leg spirit bone, a skull, and a 100,000-year spirit ring." Tang San's heart seemed to be hit hard again. He looked at Xiao Han in disbelief. "You, what else are you going to do?" Tang San's voice trembled, full of fear and despair. Yu Xiaogang's face turned pale as paper in an instant. "Xiao Han, please let Tang San go. If you want to know where Bibi Dong is hiding, I can take you to find her." Xiao Han sneered. "Yu Xiaogang, you are indeed a treacherous and ungrateful person. Only a fool like Bibi Dong would want someone like you," Xiao Han said, and gently waved his hand. A powerful soul force surged out again, locking Tang San firmly. Tang San only felt an irresistible force sweeping him. "Ah!" Tang San screamed again. His entire right leg shattered in severe pain. A soul bone emitting a faint blue light slowly rose and floated towards Xiao Han, and was easily taken into his pocket. Yu Xiaogang witnessed this scene, and his heart was broken. He struggled to stand up, but he was powerless. He could only watch Tang San suffer, and his eyes were blurred with tears. "Xiao San, my good child. I have implicated you." Yu Xiaogang's voice was choked with sobs, full of self-blame and guilt. Tang San tried hard to hold back his tears and looked at Yu Xiaogang, his eyes full of reluctance. "Teacher, this is not your fault. It's our fault that we met this big villain." Seeing the deep affection between Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with disdain, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he was watching an insignificant drama. He spoke slowly, his voice as cold as the wind that penetrated a bone marrow. Don't pretend, now, it's your skull and spirit ring's turn. While speaking, he urged his spirit power again, and a faint blue light surrounded his body. Tang San's body trembled slightly, but it was not because of fear, but from the unwillingness and anger in his heart. He was like a lamb to be slaughtered, quietly waiting for the end of his fate. But there was an unyielding light flashing in his deep eyes. He was unwilling to die without resistance. Even more unwilling to die in Xiao Han's hands. Tang San knew that he was powerless to save the situation at this moment. The severe injuries to his body and the lack of soul power made it impossible for him to maintain even the most basic defense. However, at the last moment of his life, he had a question in his mind. This question has been bothering him. Wait, you can kill me. But before I die, can you answer a question for me? Xiao Han was slightly stunned, and then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Speak, so that you can die with your eyes closed. Tang San took a deep breath and looked directly at Xiao Han. Are you not originally from this world? This question has been lingering in Tang San's mind for a long time. He always felt that Xiao Han's appearance was too strange, and his knowledge of this world was too comprehensive, especially his understanding of those fairy herbs, which was simply beyond ordinary people. Xiao Han smiled. Tang San, you guessed right. That's right, I am like you. I didn't belong to this world originally, and I came here accidentally. This conversation made Yu Xiaogang on the side completely stunned. He was at a loss, and he couldn't understand the content of the conversation between the two. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San, his eyes full of confusion. Xiao San, what are you talking about? Tang San turned to look at Yu Xiaogang. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, and he slowly explained, Teacher, I didn't originally belong to this world. I was in another world, living in the Tang sect when I was 29 years old. I was hunted by the people of the Tang sect. I finally jumped off a cliff to show my determination, but I accidentally traveled to this place. What? Yu Xiaogang was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He could never have imagined that this young man in front of him, who was not even 20 years old, actually had a real age of nearly 50 years old. No wonder Tang San seemed so mature since he was a child, and his thinking was far beyond his peers. It turned out that he was carrying such an amazing secret. Just when Yu Xiaogang wanted to continue asking, he suddenly shook his body, and the whole person fell to the ground weakly, unconscious. Seeing this, Tang San was extremely anxious, and his eyes turned to Xiao Han again, and said angrily, Xiao Han, what did you do again? Xiao Han sneered, nothing, just let him be quiet for a while. I don't want him to hear what I want to say to you next. Tang San's heart sank. He knew that the next conversation with Xiao Han would most likely be his last words. He suppressed his inner fear and uneasiness and asked, what do you want to say to me? Xiao Han slowly approached Tang San. Tang San, I know you came from the Tang sect of another world. You treacherous little thief, you stole the Tang sect's secret manual, and thought you could do whatever you want in this world and show your skills. Hearing this, Tang San's face changed abruptly, and he looked at Xiao Han in horror. Are you sent by the Tang sect? Xiao Han smiled disdainfully and shook his head. I am not from your original world, but from another time and space. It should have been you who met Douluo, discovered the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and absorbed the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot comb. Under your leadership, the other 6 monsters of Shrek will all embark on the path of becoming gods, and you will also defeat Bibi and eventually become the God King. It's a pity that time and space flow backwards. I knew all this in advance, and intercepted your opportunity, and all this will never happen again. After hearing what Xiao Han said, Tang San couldn't believe his ears, and was even more unwilling to accept this cruel reality. He roared, no. Why? Why do you do this to me? Xiao Han looked at Tang San coldly, as if he was looking at an ant-like existence. No reason, just different positions. Since I came to this world, I can't just watch you destroy it. I have answered your question, you can go on your way. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Han raised his hand and waved. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool of ice and snow appeared out of thin air, slowly rotating in the void, emitting a heart-pounding chill. The center of the whirlpool gradually became dim, and a bottomless black hole appeared, like a devil's eye, staring at Tang San tightly, as if to suck his soul into the endless abyss. Tang San closed his eyes in despair. A series of memories emerged in his mind. Tang San, you dared to steal the Tang sect's secret manual. Your crime is unforgivable. You deserve to die, Xiao-san. After you finish forging iron, make dinner too. Blue silver grass martial spirit, it's actually level 10 full soul power. Xiao-san, are you willing to be my disciple? Hello, my name is Xiao Wu. What about you? We are all monsters in Shrek Academy. Welcome you, little monsters. Shrek will win. No. Why would I lose to you? Why doesn't my poison have any harm to you? Dad, Mom, the angry rebuke of the Tang sect elders, the drunken father, the sound of forging iron in the dilapidated house, the shock of the awakening of the blue silver grass martial spirit, the situation of becoming a disciple of Yu Gang, the encounter with Xiao Wu, the laughter of Shrek Academy partners, the departure of his parents. All of this, like a slideshow, flashed quickly in Tang San's mind. Tang San's vision became blurred, and his memory gradually dissipated. He felt unprecedented fear and loneliness, as if the whole world was moving away from him at this moment. He tried to grab something, but he couldn't grab anything. Finally, his body fell down powerlessly. His head shattered under the huge impact, and his skull broke through the ice and was collected by Xiao Han. Then, Tang San's incomplete body was ruthlessly swallowed by the blue-black vortex and disappeared without a trace, leaving only silence and emptiness. Yu Gang woke up and saw the scene of Tang San disappearing. He could not do anything, but could only look at the sky helplessly and cry out in grief, Xiao-san. Don't. Xiao Han stood there coldly, looking at the direction where Tang San disappeared, with a smile on his lips. Tang San. The scourge was finally eradicated, and the next one was Bibi Dong. Yu Gang, take me to find Bibi Dong now. Yu Gang stared at Xiao Han coldly, his eyes full of anger. Humph. You have already killed Tang San, why don't you kill me too? Do it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Domain Suppression. Tang San's death made Yu Gang feel devastated. The most important people in his life left him one by one. He felt unprecedented loneliness and despair. Living was more painful than death. Xiao Han raised a cold smile and said to Yu Gang, want to die? It's not that easy. Bibi Dong hasn't been eliminated yet. However, if you want to be tortured, I can satisfy you. Xiao Han urged his soul power and was about to cripple one of Yu Gang's arms as a punishment when a powerful soul power wave swept in like a stormy wave. A strong smell of death filled the air. Xiao Han's hand stopped in midair, and a hint of surprise flashed in his cold eyes. He felt the approaching strong soul power and felt a familiar feeling. Xiao Han, you dare, a cold and angry voice cut through the sky. As the voice fell, a purple-black figure appeared in Xiao Han's sight like a ghost. It was Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's eyes were burning with rage, and her body was surrounded by strong soul power fluctuations. Seeing Bibi Dong appear, Yu Gang's eyes flashed with a complex emotion, both surprised and sad. He spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse. Bibi Dong, you are finally here. Seeing Yu Gang's broken right leg, Bibi Dong's face turned pale in an instant, her body trembled slightly, and she almost collapsed. Gang, your leg. How could it be like this? Bibi Dong felt unbelievable. Yu Gang's miserable condition was like a sharp blade piercing her heart, making her unbearable. Seeing Bibi Dong, Yu Gang could no longer restrain himself, and tears rolled in his eyes. He pointed at Xiao Han and gritted his teeth and said, all this is thanks to him. Xiao-san has been killed by him. Yu Gang's words were full of despair and anger, and the finger pointing at Xiao Han trembled slightly. Bibi Dong was struck by lightning. She suddenly looked up at Xiao Han, her eyes burning with anger. Xiao Han, how dare you hurt Xiao Gang? I'm going to kill you. Bibi Dong finished speaking, her soul power boiling, and a strong pressure enveloped her. Facing Bibi Dong's anger, Xiao Han showed no fear on his face. Bibi Dong, you came at the right time. I was looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect that you would come to my door by yourself. Xiao Han's tone was relaxed, as if everything was under control, and he didn't care about Bibi Dong's threat at all. Do you think I will lose to you this time? Bibi Dong snorted coldly, and a strong breath of death emanated from her body, instantly forming a death field. This is the innate field of the Death Spider Emperor. This field has three major effects. All attributes of the self are increased by 10%, and all attributes of the enemy are reduced by 20%. The enemy within the field cannot perform any concealment skills or instant transfer skills, and at the same time produces mental deterrence, increasing the strength of the self's mental power by 20%, and weakening the strength of the opponent's mental power by 20%. The entire area of the field is filled with the Death Spider Emperor's poison, which is extremely corrosive and diffuses. Once poisoned, the body will continue to weaken until death. If the death domain is used in war, it will be a catastrophic existence for ordinary soldiers or low-level soul masters. Xiao Han, today is your death. Xiao Han knew that Bibi Dong had become stronger compared to the last time they met. But he was not worried and immediately released the frozen domain to deal with Bibi Dong's death domain. In the frozen domain, all of your own attributes are increased by 20%, and the opponent's attributes are weakened by 20%, with a freezing effect. Layers of frost condensed in the air instantly, which seemed to freeze the dead silence and decay in Bibi Dong's death domain. Bibi Dong's mouth curled up a sneer, and her eyes flashed with a cold light. Obviously, she did not take Xiao Han's counterattack seriously. As she gently spread her hands, the death aura in the death domain suddenly intensified, rushing towards Xiao Han like a tide, trying to completely swallow up the cold world. The poison of the Death Spider King permeated the domain, and every breath contained a deadly threat. Xiao Han did not retreat, but urged the frozen domain, trying to freeze Bibi Dong's pervasive death aura with his own ice power. The temperature in the frozen domain dropped to the extreme. The collision of the two domains caused the surrounding space to tremble, and the energy fluctuations raged like a storm, destroying everything around beyond recognition. Yu Xiaogang was terrified and shocked by the strength of Xiao Han and Bibi Dong. Facing the strong counterattack of Xiao Han's frozen domain, Bibi Dong's death domain seemed a little powerless. Those death auras that should have been pervasive became sluggish and fragile under the extreme cold. Bibi Dong's face changed slightly. Obviously she had never expected that Xiao Han's domain skills could restrain her so much. Huh? I underestimated you, Xiao Han. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, another domain bloomed around her. It was the Killing God domain. This was a domain full of killing intent. It can not only greatly increase Bibi Dong's murderous aura, but also form a strong mental oppression on the enemy, making the opponent feel fear. In the domain, an invisible murderous intent permeated like a substance, as if to completely destroy Xiao Han's will. However, Xiao Han did not show any panic. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if everything was expected. With the control of the mind, another domain slowly unfolded. Slow domain. In the slow domain, time seemed to be stretched and space became heavy. Bibi Dong's originally rapid attack speed suddenly slowed down, and even her thinking became slow. Bibi Dong, do you think you are the only one with two domains? Xiao Han's voice echoed in the slow domain, with a hint of sarcasm and confidence. Bibi Dong's face became solemn. She didn't expect Xiao Han to have two powerful domain skills. She could feel that her spirit was being strongly suppressed by the slow domain, which made her feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. HMPH. Xiao Han, do you think you can defeat me like this? Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and released her mentally immune skull. As the skull was released, a powerful mental wave surged from her forehead, instantly breaking free from the suppression of the slow field. Bibi Dong's eyes became clear and sharp again, as if she could see through all the falsehoods in the world. In order to release the mentally immune skull, Bibi Dong also paid a huge price. 1/3 of her mental power was consumed. This consumption was undoubtedly a huge blow to her. But at this moment, she could no longer care about so much. Facing Xiao Han's suppression, she had to go all out. Chapter 225, Heavy Injury to Bibi Dong. Seeing Bibi Dong break free from the restraints of the slow domain, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was soon replaced by the will to fight. He knew very well that in a battle with an opponent like Bibi Dong, any slackness could lead to complete defeat. Humph, mental immunity skull? You won't last long, Xiao Han sneered, and the soul power around him surged again, obviously not intending to stop. Bibi Dong's eyes swept back and forth between Xiao Han and Yu Xiaogang. She knew that if she continued to fight, it would be unlikely to defeat Xiao Han. Yu Xiaogang might even die under Xiao Han's arrows, which she absolutely did not want to see. After being defeated by Xiao Han twice in a row, Bibi Dong's heart was full of frustration, But reason told her that the most important thing at this moment was to protect Yu Gang, not her personal honor and disgrace. Xiao Han, go to hell, Bibi Dong urged her soul power, and dozens of black light blades flew towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han did not dodge, and directly activated the defense skill of the 100,000-year-old left arm bone, while preparing to launch a counterattack. While Xiao Han was reacting, Bibi Dong had quietly approached Yu Gang, ready to take him away from this dangerous place. Yu Gang looked at Bibi Dong's determined eyes, feeling mixed emotions. He knew that he was her weak spot. A complex emotion surged in his heart, with both emotion and guilt. Bibi Dong, don't worry about me, Yu Gang spoke with difficulty, but found that he could no longer speak. Gang, let's go, Bibi Dong interrupted Yu Gang. Seeing this, how could Xiao Han let them escape easily? He released the bowstring and shot an arrow at Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong's reaction was extremely fast. Almost at the same time as Xiao Han's action, she had already disappeared with Yu Gang. Want to leave? Not that easy, Xiao Han roared, and his figure turned into a stream of light and chased after him. He released the bowstring and shot a sky blue locking arrow in the direction of Bibi Dong's escape. Just when Bibi Dong was about to completely disappear from sight with Yu Gang, the sky blue god-locking arrow seemed to have crossed the boundaries of space, carrying an irresistible force, and rushed straight to Bibi Dong's back. Bibi Dong's heart trembled, and she felt the terrifying power contained in the arrow. She knew that if she was hit by this arrow, the consequences would be disastrous. But no matter what, she would not give up Yu Gang. At the critical moment, Bibi Dong mobilized the remaining soul power in her body to form a layer of shield in an attempt to resist this attack. Bang! The sky blue god-locking arrow collided with Bibi Dong's shield, bursting out dazzling light and deafening roar. Bibi Dong only felt a huge force impacting her body. Although the shield temporarily blocked the sharp edge of the arrow, the force penetrated the shield, shattered her internal organs, and vomited blood from her mouth. But she did not retreat, let alone give up. At the moment of pain and despair, Bibi Dong hugged Yu Gang tightly and tried her best to escape. Although seriously injured, Bibi Dong relied on her faith to pull away from Xiao Han's pursuit with Yu Gang. Ahem. Xiao Gang, don't be afraid, we will definitely escape. Bibi Dong's voice was a little breathless, but her eyes were extremely firm. She knew that she was seriously injured. But as long as she could protect Yu Gang, she was willing to pay any price. Yu Gang looked at Bibi Dong's pale face and the blood at the corner of her mouth, and his heart was as painful as a knife. He understood that all this was because of him. He became a burden to Bibi Dong, distracting Bibi Dong in the battle, and even protecting him at all costs. Bibi Dong, why are you so good to me? Yu Gang's voice choked, tears welled up in his eyes. He never thought that he would feel Bibi Dong's deep affection for him so deeply at such a moment. In order to save Tang San before, he was even willing to betray Bibi Dong and tell Xiao Han where Bibi Dong was hiding. But Bibi Dong was willing to give everything for him. This made him feel even more ashamed. Bibi Dong smiled gently, with a bit of bitterness and tenderness in her smile, because you are Xiao Gang, you are an indispensable person in my life. No matter what happens, I will protect you. As she said that, Bibi Dong increased her speed again, taking Yu Gang through the woods, trying to get rid of Xiao Han's pursuit. Bibi Dong, I let you run away again. Xiao Han was surprised by the amazing perseverance and speed Bibi Dong showed in the predicament. In a hidden valley, Bibi Dong finally stopped. She carefully put Yu Gang down, and leaned against a big tree, panting to adjust her state. Yu Gang looked at Bibi Dong's tired figure and scars, and his heart was full of gratitude and guilt. Bibi Dong looked around vigilantly, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Xiao Han did not catch up. Xiao Gang, are you feeling better? Bibi Dong asked with concern, while checking Yu Gang's physical condition. Yu Gang shook his head. Although the injury on his right leg was still painful, his spirit was very firm. I'm fine, Bibi Dong, thank you. Bibi Dong smiled gently. Do we need to say this between us? Xiao Gang, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to treat your leg injury and let you stand up again. Yu Gang felt a warm current in his heart when he heard it. Bibi Dong, Yu Gang opened his mouth again, but stopped when the words came to his lips. He knew that at this moment, besides being grateful, what else could he do? Bibi Dong seemed to see through his thoughts and comforted him. Don't say anything, Xiao Gang. Let's settle down and heal our injuries first, and then we can make a long-term plan." Looking at Yu Xiaogang's pale face and painful expression, Bibi Dong felt a pang of heartache. She didn't want Yu Xiaogang to see her fragility and pain, so she held back her tears and remained calm and firm. She signaled Yu Xiaogang to rest at ease, and she turned around to deal with the injury. Yu Xiaogang looked into the distance with empty eyes, feeling mixed emotions. He knew clearly that although Bibi Dong risked her life to save him, his right leg had been irreversibly damaged and destroyed by Xiao Han. From now on, he would be a cripple and could no longer walk like a normal person, let alone fight. This realization was like a heavy stone, weighing on his heart, making him feel sad and desperate. Tang San's death and physical disability made him feel as if he had lost everything. However, in this grief, there was a hint of expectation. He looked forward to witnessing Bibi Dong kill Xiao Han after becoming a god, and avenging those who died because of Xiao Han. Although Bibi Dong was seriously injured, her strength and perseverance were far beyond ordinary people. Yu Xiaogang believed that she would be able to rise again and kill Xiao Han. Chapter 226 Metamorphosis, Level 99. Xiao Han returned to Xianshu City and told Lin Zhiruo what happened in the Xingdao Great Forest. After hearing this, Lin Zhiruo's eyes flashed with worry. "Xiao Han, I'm glad you're okay. You've paid too much to protect us, Mom. This is what I should do." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he took out the 3 soul bones from the soul guide and gently placed them on the table. "Mom, this 10,000-year-old skull can improve your mental power. I'm giving it to you. You can't use it now, so keep it for yourself or give it to someone else in the future. It's up to you." Lin Zhiruo already had a 100,000-year-old torso bone, a 100,000-year-old right leg bone, and a 10,000-year-old skull. She couldn't use any of these 3 soul bones. However, each soul bone is a rare item and hard to come by. Xiao Han guessed that this skull might have been obtained by Tang San when he killed Shi Nian before, and it could improve his mental power. Lin Zhiruo looked at the skull emitting a faint luster, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Xiao Han, thank you for always thinking about me. You are my mother. If I don't think about you, who should I think about? It's a pity that you can't use these 300,000-year soul bones. It doesn't matter. I am already very satisfied that you gave me this skull. You can keep the other 2 soul bones first," Lin Zhiruo said gratefully, and then took the head soul bone from Xiao Han. Xiao Han picked up the 100,000-year right leg bone and looked at it carefully. "We can't use this 100,000-year right leg bone. But such a precious soul bone can't be wasted. I want to try to use my devouring power to refine and absorb it." "Xiao Han, do you mean to devour the energy in it?" Xiao Han nodded and explained, "On the way back, I thought about this problem carefully. Just like the fusion of the Ice and Fire Dragon King beads and the Dark Demon Evil God beads slowly absorb its energy." A trace of joy flashed across Lin Zhiruo's face. "That's a good idea. Why don't you try it now?" "Okay." Xiao Han sat cross-legged, placed the 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone in the palms of his hands, and then activated the soul power in his body. As the soul power surged, the Ice, Fire Dragon King and devouring power in his body were released. Between his palms, a small energy vortex composed of 3 colors, ice blue, fiery red and black, slowly formed. Although the energy vortex was only the size of a palm, it seemed to contain endless power and mystery. The right leg soul bone floated above this strange energy vortex, and then began to rotate slowly. The blue light released from it was absorbed by the energy vortex. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhiruo's eyes flashed with joy. Xiao Han's method might be feasible. As time went by, the right leg soul bone became smaller and smaller under the devouring of energy, and its light gradually dimmed, and finally completely dissipated in the energy vortex. Xiao Han's face was calm, and he concentrated on guiding the huge energy and slowly integrating it into his body. After an unknown amount of time, when the last bit of energy was devoured, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes. "Mom, I succeeded." Xiao Han looked at Lin Zhiruo, his face filled with a satisfied smile. Lin Zhiruo was also very happy. "Great. Did it bring you any improvement?" Xiao Han nodded. "Mom, I have completely absorbed its energy and gained a strong self-healing ability. Not only can I recover from injuries quickly, but I can also quickly recover the soul power consumed in battle. Moreover, the soul power seems to have improved." Hearing this, Lin Zhiruo also showed a gratified smile on her face. "Xiao Han, then you should also absorb the 100,000-year-old left arm soul bone. Maybe you can go further. Yes, that's what I mean. Xiao Han once again urged the soul power in his body and placed the 100,000-year-old left arm bone in the palms of his hands in the same way. As the energy surged, the left arm bone began to rotate slowly, and the pink luster released was swallowed by the energy vortex. This time the process was smoother, as if Xiao Han had mastered the essence of this power. When the 100,000-year-old left arm bone completely dissipated in the energy vortex, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with surprise again. Mom, I succeeded again. Xiao Han stood up, moved his limbs, and felt the new power surging in his body. Lin Zhiruo smiled and asked, what ability did you gain this time? My speed has been further improved. After Xiao Han finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared beside Lin Zhiruo. Mom, I have gained the teleportation skill, which allows me to teleport within 100 meters. Xiao Han originally had an extremely fast speed, very close to teleportation, but not to the extent of teleportation. Therefore, although Bibi lost to him 3 times, she was always able to escape with a faster speed. With a teleportation skill, if he met Bibi again, she would not let her escape easily. Lin Zhiruo looked at Xiao Han, her eyes full of pride and relief. Xiao Han, your growth is really amazing. I believe that you will soon be able to break through the limits of human soul masters. Xiao Han smiled and said, Mom, I have another good news to tell you. After absorbing these 200,000-year soul bones, my soul power broke through the bottleneck of level 98 and has reached level 99. Hearing this, Lin Zhiruo was surprised and happy, with tears in her eyes. Xiao Han, my good child, Mom is proud of you. Xiao Han is so young, but he has already reached the semi-god realm, which is incredible. Time flies like a white horse. During this time, in order to prevent Bibi from taking revenge, Xiao Han has been practicing in Xianxia City. He has only one unshakable goal in his heart: to break through the last shackles and step into the highest realm of becoming a god at the 100th level. After reaching the god level, it will be easy to find Bibi hiding place. Moreover, he must become a god before Bibi and kill her with divine power. However, breaking through the 100th level is not easy. Xiao Han seemed to be standing at the peak of his strength, just one step away from crossing the boundary that seemed within reach but was yet unreachable. As Xiao Han's cultivation improved day by day, the dragon bone power in his body was released more and more, deeply integrated with his soul, bringing him more transformation. At this time, Xiao Han's soul rings had all reached the terrifying level of 100,000 years. 8 red 100,000-year soul rings and 1,000,000-year blue gold soul ring. On this day, Xiao Han was practicing at home and suddenly felt a familiar breath. Then several familiar figures appeared. It was Shui Binger and others. Xiao Han was surprised and happy. Binger, why are you back? Several people walked towards Xiao Han together. Shui Yuer said with a smile, Xiao Han, we missed you, so we came back to see you. Chapter 227 Bibi becomes a god. Xiao Han and Shui Binger gathered together and talked about their experiences in the past few years. Shui Binger and the others have been training on Sea God Island for 5 years. The last time Xiao Han saw them was when Lin Zhiruo broke through level 90 and went to the waters of Sea God Island to hunt soul beasts. It has been 3 years since then. In order to let them train on the island with peace of mind, Xiao Han did not go to see them in the past 3 years. Xiao Han learned from them that, except Shui Binger, the other 7 people all passed the test of Sea God and their soul power reached above level 80. Shui Binger's soul power reached level 93 and completed the 8th test of Sea God. Xiao Han's eyes swept over several people and finally fell on Shui Binger. With the improvement of strength, Shui Binger looked more elegant and charming. Binger, seeing that you have all made such great progress, I am really happy for you. Shui Binger smiled gently. Xiao Han, without your guidance, we would not have come this far. The opportunity to inherit the Sea God originally belonged to you, but you gave it to me. No, that's because you are fully qualified to obtain the Sea God's inheritance. Shui Yuer joked. Even without the inheritance of the god, our junior brother is about to break through the 100th level and become a god. Junior brother, you are really amazing. So many masters died in your hands. Moreover, you also helped Jinringsu complete the unification of Douluo continent. Yes, Xiao Han is so amazing. He is about to create the miracle of becoming a god at the 100th level. Several people nodded in agreement. Facing everyone's praise, Xiao Han smiled and said, "It's not that easy to become a god at the 100th level, but in order to protect Xianshu College and fight against Bibi Dong, I will not give up." When Bibi Dong was mentioned, the smiles on everyone's faces stopped abruptly. They all knew that after Bibi Dong became a god, she would come to Xiao Han for revenge, and Xianshu College and even the entire Xianshu city might suffer her crazy revenge. Shui Binger said, "Xiao Han, we are a whole. No matter what happens, we will face it together with you." "Yes, we will face it together," several people echoed. Xiao Han shook his head gently. "If Bibi Dong becomes a god before us, you will only make a meaningless sacrifice if you stay. After all, there is a difference between humans and gods. Using human power to resist divine power is tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. You should return to Sea God Island as soon as possible. There is the protection of the sea god, which is safer, but you..." Shui Binger was worried about Xiao Han's safety, and was interrupted by Xiao Han before she could finish her words. "Binger, don't worry, even if Bibi Dong becomes a god before me, it won't be that easy to kill me. After all, I have the power of the 2 dragon kings in my body, and a trace of the power of the evil god. If you can inherit the position of sea god as soon as possible, we can find Bibi Dong and completely solve this disaster." Shui Binger nodded. "Okay, I will rush back to Sea God Island as soon as possible to complete the final test." Shui Binger also knew the seriousness of the matter. However, after not seeing each other for several years, she wanted to stay with Xiao Han for 2 days before returning to the Sea God Island. Meanwhile, on the other side, "Ha ha ha ha," a deafening laugh echoed in the secret realm. That was Bibi Dong's voice, full of the ecstasy of the winner and the desire for revenge. That arrogant laugh seemed to release all the repression at once. "It's done. I finally became a god." Bibi Dong stepped out of the Rakshasa secret realm. Her figure looked particularly tall in the dim cave, and she was surrounded by a strong breath of death, which made people shudder. Looking at the changes in Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogang was surprised and happy. "Bibi Dong, what are you doing?" "Xiaogang, I finally succeeded." "Bibi Dong, you became a god." Yu Xiaogang's voice was trembling. He had been waiting for this moment. Bibi Dong smiled slightly. "That's right. Xiaogang, I've become a god. Great. I can finally avenge Xiaozan and the others." Yu Xiaogang's emotions completely collapsed at this moment, tears mixed with smiles, sliding down his cheeks. Along the way, they have experienced too many setbacks. Now, they finally have the power to fight back. Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly became sharp. She looked at Yu Xiaogang, who had lost his right leg and was leaning on crutches, and the anger in her heart was ignited again. "Xiaogang, Xiao Han ruined you. I must make him pay a heavy price. I want him to suffer 1,000 times or even 10,000 times more than this. I will torture him severely, kill everyone around him, and then cut him into pieces." Hearing Bibi Dong's cruel words, Yu Xiaogang's heart also ignited a raging fire of revenge. "Xiao Han, your death has come." Yu Xiaogang's voice was low and powerful, as if he had foreseen Xiao Han's death. "Xiaogang, after I subdue him, you can do it. You can cut him into pieces and let him die in endless torture." Bibi Dong's words were full of temptation. She personally painted a beautiful dream of revenge for Yu Xiaogang. "Okay, that's what I mean." A sinister smile flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. The desire for revenge and the endless hatred for Xiao Han made his mind twisted. After his right leg was crippled by Xiao Han, he wanted to give up his life countless times, but it was this belief in revenge that kept him going until now. Now, Bibi Dong has become a god, and her strength is superior to that of humans. It's as easy as taking something out of a bag to deal with Xiao Han. "Bibi Dong, when are we going to find Xiao Han?" Yu Xiaogang asked. He couldn't wait to see Xiao Han's pain and despair. "Xiaogang, Xiao Han can't run away. There's no rush. It's getting late today. Go early tomorrow morning. I want to let you see clearly how those people died." Bibi Dong's tone was calm and resolute, as if everything was under her control. The two smiled at each other, as if they saw the dawn of victory, which was coming towards them step by step. Xianshu City. 2 days passed quickly. Shui Binger and her group prepared to say goodbye to Xiao Han and return to Poseidon Island. Although Shui Yuir and her group had completed the Poseidon assessment, they could stay on Poseidon Island to continue their training, and it was safer there. Xiao Han sent Shui Binger and her group to the outside of Xianshu City. "Binger, when I see you again next time, you may have become a god. You too, maybe you became a god before me." Shui Binger looked at Xiao Han with a bit of reluctance. She didn't know how long it would take for them to meet again after this separation. But, for a better future, they had to leave. Xiao Han, we're leaving now. Take care of yourself. If you meet Bibi Dong who has become a god, don't be stubborn. Shui Binger believed in Xiao Han, but she was also worried about him. Well, I understand. You can go with peace of mind. I will protect myself. After looking at Xiao Han, Shui Binger reluctantly got on the carriage. Xiao Han looked at the carriage that slowly drove away from his sight. Suddenly, an extremely powerful soul power wave came. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Han immediately soared into the air. That's Bibi Dong. Chapter 228, Fighting Against Rakshasa. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly became solemn. He could feel the terrifying pressure contained in the fluctuation of soul power, which was undoubtedly Bibi Dong's breath. Unexpectedly, she would appear at this time. Moreover, it seemed that she had completed the inheritance of the gods. In the sky, dark clouds were densely covered, and black air was lingering. Bibi Dong's figure was like a demon god walking out of hell, surrounded by a thick dark breath, which made people palpitate. Xiao Han, we finally meet. I have waited for this day for a long time. Bibi Dong's eyes were like knives, piercing Xiao Han, full of the pleasure and coldness of revenge, and her voice was full of endless murderous intent. Xiao Han remained calm. The battle was about to come. This battle was no small matter, and it was a matter of life and death. Xiao Han looked in the direction of the carriage where Shui Binger and others were, and shouted loudly, Binger, you guys go? Shui Binger also felt Bibi Dong's breath of death. She wanted to fight with Xiao Han. But she also knew in her heart that if Shui Yuir and others stayed, they would only become a burden to Xiao Han. Yuir, hurry up, Shui Binger urged loudly. Shui Yuir and the others looked at each other, somewhat at a loss. Want to leave? Not that easy, Bibi Dong snorted coldly. With a wave of her hand, a powerful soul power turned into dozens of black light blades, sweeping towards the carriage, intending to stop them from escaping. Xiao Han's figure flashed and teleported to the front of the carriage. His whole body was shining with golden light, forming an indestructible shield, blocking all of Bibi Dong's attacks. Seeing this, Bibi Dong smiled with disdain. Xiao Han, it seems that you have made a lot of progress. But, after all, there is a difference between humans and gods. Using human power to resist divine power is tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. Xiao Han looked at Bibi Dong, without any fear in his eyes. Bibi Dong, your opponent is me, come at me if you have the guts. So what if you become a god? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xiao Han's voice was cold and resolute, protecting Shui Binger and the others behind him. Bibi Dong raised her lips with a sneer. Xiao Han, who do you think you can protect? Today, I will make this place your burial place. I also want you to watch them die tragically in front of you one by one. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han also suddenly laughed out loud. Bibi Dong was stunned. You dare to laugh when you are about to die? That tentative attack just now only used 10% of my power. Do you think you can really withstand my divine power with your mortal body? Bibi Dong, where's that loser Uzai Gang? Is he hiding like a rat in a stinky ditch? He almost betrayed you last time, don't you know? Is that treacherous villain worthy of your loyalty? Xiao Han knew that Uzai Gang was hiding in the dark. He said this deliberately to disturb Bibi Dong's mentality. Bibi Dong was angry. Asshole. Don't insult Xiao Gang. It's not your turn as an outsider to say anything about what happened between Xiao Gang and me. Before she finished speaking, Bibi Dong suddenly jumped up. She suddenly had a purple armor on her body, which was filled with a layer of purple air with an evil smell. 4 huge sickles extended from both sides of her back. They were the Rakshasa god armor that Bibi Dong obtained after becoming a god. Without any hesitation, Xiao Han's Zhenbing bow and arrow martial spirit was released instantly, and 9 soul rings of red, blue and gold surrounded his body. The 9 soul rings released a dazzling light, sweeping away the dark atmosphere around them. With a sudden flash of the 7th soul ring, the Zhenbing bow and arrow showed the true state of the weapon's soul, containing the extreme coldness and destructive power, as if it could freeze the space and break everything. Xiao Han's momentum climbed to the peak at this moment, like a god of war descending from the sky. Bibi Dong was shocked when she saw the spirit rings on Xiao Han. Xiao Han's spirit rings have transformed again. All of them are over 100,000 years old. With a 1 million-year spirit ring, he has obviously reached the level of a demigod. A trace of solemnity flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, but she quickly adjusted herself. She has become a god. Even if Xiao Han has a spirit ring configuration that defies heaven, he is still a human spirit master after all, and cannot be compared with a god. So what if I'm a demigod? I am the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. The gap between gods and humans cannot be made up by a mere demigod. The purple armor on Bibi Dong's body flashed with a faint light, and 8 huge sickles slowly rose. Xiao Han stared at Bibi Dong closely. This battle not only concerns his own life and death, but also the safety of Shui Binger and others. He must go all out. Suddenly, Xiao Han moved and disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, the Zhenbing bow and arrow had been pulled to the full moon, and an ice crystal arrow condensed with extreme coldness pointed directly at Bibi Dong. The arrow flew out of the string, with the power to tear through space, and headed straight for Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, turned her body to the side, and easily dodged the attack. But Xiao Han's attack did not stop. With a teleportation skill, he kept changing his position and shot several arrows in succession, each of which contained enough power to penetrate everything. Bibi Dong waved the sickle in her hand and smashed the ice arrows one by one. Xiao Han, your speed has increased again, and you even have the ability to teleport, but you are still a long way from defeating me, Bibi Dong shouted angrily, and the purple armor on her body suddenly burst into dazzling light. The 8 sickles drew strange arcs in the air and attacked Xiao Han. Xiao Han's figure flashed again, and he cleverly dodged the attack of the light blade. It is not wise to confront a god-level strongman like Bibi Dong head-on. You must use speed and flexibility to find flaws. Fortunately, Xiao Han has long-range attack capabilities and teleportation capabilities, and can always keep a safe distance from Bibi Dong. Xiao Han, I wonder how long you're going to hide. Bibi Dong had just finished speaking when she quietly swung the purple-black sickle in her hand. In the sky, purple light swept down with the swing of the giant sickle, condensing into a huge sickle light blade that was hundreds of meters long. That was the skill of the Rakshasa god, Nether Rakshasa. The huge light blade did not attack Xiao Han, but slashed in the direction of Shui Binger and the others. Under the shock of Bibi Dong's mental power, Shui Yuir and the others, who were at the Soul Douluo level, seemed to be fixed in place and unable to move. Seeing this, Xiao Han teleported in front of Shui Yuir and the others and released the million-year-old torso bone defense skill, Invincible Golden Body. The golden light instantly enveloped a few people. The million-year soul skill, the ice-breaking demon arrow, was instantly sent out, pointing directly at the purple sickle light blade. Almost at the same time, the Siga trident in Shui Binger's hand burst into blue light and also faced the huge sickle light blade. Rumble! The huge shock wave shook the entire battlefield. Xiao Han and Shui Binger's joint attack blocked Bibi Dong's netherworld Rakshasa. Looking at the Siga trident in Shui Binger's hand, Bibi Dong's pupils suddenly shrank. Is that a divine weapon? Chapter 229 Breakthrough to Level 100, 10th Soul Ring. Bibi Dong's shock was beyond words. Her eyes were fixed on the Siga trident in Shui Binger's hand. The brilliant blue light in her eyes continued to magnify, as if it contained endless ocean power. Divine artifact. How is this possible? Bibi Dong muttered to herself in her heart, feeling unbelievable. Divine artifacts can only be possessed and controlled by true gods. And Shui Binger, a human soul master who has not yet entered the realm of gods, can actually possess such a treasure, which is completely beyond her expectations. Could it be that she has also been favored by a certain god? Sigurd? Did they go to Sigurd Island? Bibi Dong pondered in her heart. In the past few years, Shui Binger and the others seemed to have evaporated from the world. Only then did she realize that they went to Sigurd Island for training. Bibi Dong took a deep breath to calm herself down, and her eyes swept over Xiao Han and Shui Binger again, with a bit more solemnity and vigilance in her eyes. The power of the divine artifact is extraordinary. Even as the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, she dare not underestimate it easily. She originally thought that she could crush everything with her power after becoming a god, but now it seems that things are far more complicated than she imagined. Bibi Dong's eyes fell on Shui Binger and she said coldly, "Do you think that you can threaten me with a divine weapon in your hand? Naive. After all, you are still a human soul master, and I am already a god, really? Then why are you panicking?" Shui Binger retorted fearlessly. Bibi Dong was angry. She didn't expect that Shui Binger would ignore her divine power like Xiao Han. Looking for death? I will kill all of you, Bibi shouted angrily. She slowly raised her hands, palms facing up, and the power of the Rakshasa god surged in her body, turning into an invisible force that spread out from her palms. In an instant, a transparent barrier, the forbidden annihilation barrier, quietly formed around everyone. This barrier is invisible and boundless, as if it has sealed off the entire space and is indestructible. This is the forbidden barrier. Xiao Han's pupils shrank slightly, feeling the horror of this power. He quickly gathered Shuibinger and the others around him and prepared to deal with it. Everyone be careful, this is Bibi magic skill. Xiao Han's voice was steady and powerful, trying to calm everyone's nervousness. At this time, they were already in a life and death situation. Shuibinger tightly grasped the sea god trident in her hand, and stepped forward without hesitation to fight side by side with Xiao Han. Xiao Han, let's attack this barrier together, let me try first. After Xiao Han finished speaking, the million-year blue-gold soul ring on his body shone again. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and activated the 9th soul skill, the ice-breaking magic arrow. An arrow containing the ultimate ice power, with a sound of whistling wind, shot towards the transparent barrier. However, even this amazing million-year soul skill could not break the forbidden barrier. The moment the arrow touched the barrier, it seemed to be swallowed by an invisible force and disappeared without a trace. HMPH, Xiao Han, this is a barrier formed by divine power. With the power of a human soul master like you, it is impossible to break it. Bibi looked at Xiao Han's fruitless attack and showed a smug smile on her face. She slowly compressed the space of the forbidden barrier, trying to oppress Xiao Han and others in this way. Xiao Han once again used the defense skill of the million-year-old trunk bone, and the golden light enveloped him and Shuibinger. Bibi forbidden barrier was a divine skill after all. Under Bibi divine power, Xiao Han and Shuibinger could still barely resist, but Shui Yuir, Yi Lingling and others could not withstand this pressure. Their faces turned pale as paper, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Obviously, they had been seriously injured. A bunch of ants, let me send you off today. Ha Bibi laughter was cold and ruthless. Seeing this, Shuibinger's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. Holding the Sigad trident, she soared into the air, trying to use the artifact in her hand to break Bibi forbidden barrier. Binger, danger, Xiao Han had to protect Shui Yuir, Yi Lingling and others, so he had no time to withdraw. You are looking for death? Bibi saw this and sneered. She had expected Shuibinger to do this and was waiting for her to take the bait. The giant purple-black sickle in Bibi hand and the 8 large dark purple sickles on the Rakshasa god armor suddenly merged into one, turning into Rakshasa demon scythe with black and purple all over and countless magic patterns swirling around it. This sickle contained evil divine thoughts, as if it could devour all living things. The Rakshasa demon scythe drew a strange arc in the air and chopped at the Sigad trident in Shuibinger's hand. With a loud bang, the Sigad trident broke. Shuibinger was also blown away by this force. Binger, Xiao Han was horrified when he saw this. He teleported out and caught Shuibinger. Seeing the blood constantly flowing out of Shuibinger's mouth, Xiao Han's anger instantly erupted. His eyes turned red, and there seemed to be 2 giant dragons raging in his body, and his soul power surged like a flood. Without any hesitation, Yi Lingling quickly released his holy heart begonia martial soul, and a golden red light fell on Shuibinger. Under Yi Lingling's powerful healing ability, Shuibinger's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Xiao Han's anger did not lessen in the slightest. Xiao Han roared to the sky. At this moment, his whole body was shining with golden light, and his aura became stronger than ever. In the endless anger and desperation, Xiao Han's dragon bone power was completely stimulated, and his strength made a qualitative leap, breaking through the bottleneck of the 100th level. A fiery red light and a nice blue light surged out of his body. The 2 lights turned into 2 giant dragon phantoms, spinning wildly around him, intertwining together, forming a strange scene. Seeing this scene, Shuibinger and the others were so shocked that they were speechless. Bibi tried to continue to put pressure on Xiao Han and the others, but with the 2 giant dragon phantoms, her divine power could not get even a little closer. How is this possible? Bibi showed an unbelievable look on her face. She never thought that Xiao Han could actually block her divine power. Xiao Han, do you think you can stop me like this? Everything you do is in vain, and you can't escape death in the end. Bibi voice was full of disdain and ridicule. She slowly raised the Rakshasa demon scythe in her hand, preparing to launch a more deadly attack. But at this moment, two dragon roars suddenly came from the sky. The two giant dragon phantoms instantly merged together and turned into an extremely bright golden light. The dazzling golden light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. Under the illumination of the golden light, the entire battlefield turned into a golden world. When the light gradually condensed at one point, everyone was surprised to find that Xiao Han actually had a million-year-old golden soul ring on his body. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Bibi couldn't help but widen her eyes. That's Xiao Han's 10th soul ring. Has he broken through the 100th level? Chapter 230 Angel God Jin Ring Su. Seeing the dazzling million-year-old golden soul ring on Xiao Han, Bibi was shocked like a tidal wave. The 10th soul ring meant that Xiao Han had crossed the ultimate threshold of a soul master and entered the realm of a god. What made Bibi even more unbelievable was that Xiao Han was only in his 20s when he accomplished this feat. How is this possible? Bibi's voice trembled with a hint of fear. Xiao Han was just an ant-like existence in her eyes, but he suddenly made a breakthrough and achieved such an amazing leap, and had the power to fight against her. She accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god at level 99, so her divine power was stronger than that of an ordinary first-level god. But Xiao Han was different. Xiao Han's soul rings started at 100,000 years, and he had 2 million-year soul rings. What's more, he broke through the 100th level to become a god, and it was still unknown how high the upper limit was. Bibi's heart surged with an unprecedented sense of crisis. Her face became extremely ugly. The complex emotions of anger and unwillingness intertwined in her heart. What made her even more worried was that Xiao Han could use his divine power to find Yu Xiaogang, who was protected by her. Bibi used her divine power to cover up Yu Xiaogang's figure and breath, originally wanting him to witness the tragic death of Xiao Han and Shuibinger. But now, under Xiao Han's divine power, Yu Xiaogang had nowhere to hide. "You, how could you do it?" Bibi screamed hysterically. She couldn't accept the fact that Xiao Han broke through the 100th level. Her path to becoming a god was full of hardships. But Xiao Han completed it very easily. Jealousy and unwillingness made her unrecognizable. Xiao Han soared into the air, surrounded by a brilliant golden light, and his aura was completely different. He stared into the void with a sharp gaze. "Yu Xiaogang, you waste is really here. Do you think this crazy woman can protect you? Go to hell." As he spoke, the golden light on Xiao Han's body became more and more brilliant, like the rising sun, so dazzling that people couldn't look directly at it. The long bow in his hand was pulled to the shape of a full moon, and a heart-pounding energy condensed on the arrow. Feeling the terrifying energy, Yu Xiaogang was extremely frightened. Bibi saw this, her pupils shrank suddenly, and she was very worried. "Xiao Han, you dare, see if I dare." Xiao Han's mouth curled up with a sneer. As soon as the words fell, he loosened his fingers lightly, and a blue-gold arrow cut through the sky and directly locked onto Yu Xiaogang's position. Divine power flowed on the arrow, as if even the space was cut by its sharpness. Bibi saw this and immediately urged all her soul power to form a shield, trying to block this fatal blow. At the same time, she swung her Rakshasa demon scythe fiercely, and a sharp blade of light cut through the air and went straight to Shuibinger and the others. She wanted to use this to distract Xiao Han's attention and take Yu Xiaogang away. Yu Xiaogang, a mortal, had become a burden to her. With Yu Xiaogang by her side, she couldn't concentrate on dealing with Xiao Han, who had become a god. The Sega trident in Shuibinger's hand had broken in the fierce collision with the Rakshasa demon side, unable to block Bibidong's attack. At this critical moment, Xiao Han flashed and appeared in front of Shuibinger and the others. The blue-gold light surrounding him instantly condensed, forming an indestructible barrier, easily blocking Bibidong's attack. Bang! With a loud bang, the purple-black light blade hit the blue-gold barrier, stirring up circles of energy ripples, but failed to penetrate at all. At the same time, the ice arrow shot by Xiao Han, which was infused with divine power, went straight to Yu Xiaogang. Bibidong tried her best, but still failed to stop the arrow from advancing. It directly penetrated Bibidong's defense. Swoosh! The moment the arrow hit Yu Xiaogang, a dazzling light burst out. Then there was a deafening explosion. Yu Xiaogang had no power to resist and was blown to pieces, leaving no trace. Seeing that scene, Bibidong was dumbfounded. "No. Xiaogang, Bibi Dong's voice was hoarse and broken. Her body was shaking unconsciously due to excessive shock and grief. She felt as if her soul had been taken away, leaving only an empty shell. She had thought that with her own strength and wisdom, she could control everything, including Yu Xiaogang's fate. But she didn't expect that Yu Xiaogang would die tragically under Xiao Han's arrow in this way. Bibi Dong's face became twisted and hideous due to pain. Yu Xiaogang's death was a huge blow to her, breaking the last line of defense in her heart. Her eyes were red, and the flame of hatred burned in her heart. Xiao Han, I will make you pay the price, and let everyone in Xianxia City be buried with Xiaogang. Bibi Dong, don't even think about it. Before Bibi Dong's oath fell, a layer of indestructible blue gold ice wrapped her tightly. That was the ice sealing magic skill launched by Xiao Han, which could freeze everything in the world. In the ice, Bibi Dong's figure looked particularly small. Xiao Han, do you think you can trap me like this? Wishful thinking, Bibi Dong's voice echoed in the air, and then her body began to change. Purple-black mist overflowed from her body and spread out instantly. With a loud bang, the ice exploded. Bibi Dong's body was also blown into countless pieces. But, in the blink of an eye, those fragments reassembled in the void and turned into an illusory shadow with a heart-pounding evil breath. I will destroy this world, and you all must die. Bibi Dong's voice was full of madness and despair. She was ready to take revenge regardless of everything. She wanted to slaughter everyone in Xianxia City and let them be buried with Yu Xiaogang. Xiao Han, all this is caused by you. Ho ha ho ha, the eerie and terrifying laughter echoed in the sky. Just as Bibi Dong was about to leave for Xianxia City, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky. The light was so dazzling that the whole sky changed color. Then, a huge golden sword cut through the sky, with the force of thunder, and slashed towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, don't even think about it. This sudden attack shocked Bibi Dong. Without time to think, she quickly dodged. A golden figure appeared in the sky. The figure was suspended in the air, holding a golden sword. It was Jin Ringsu. Jin Ringsu looked a lot younger, only about 18 or 19 years old. Her face was calm and solemn, and her eyes revealed a wisdom that transcended the mortal world. The 6 wings behind her stretched out, and each wing was bathed in golden light, flashing a holy and bright light. Obviously, she was no longer the original Jin Ringsu. Seeing this, Bibi Dong's pupils suddenly contracted, and the blood in her body surged. Jin Ringsu, it's you. Chapter 231, Dual Gods, God King. 4,000 words, final chapter. Seeing Jin Ringsu again, Xiao Han was surprised and delighted. Obviously, Jin Ringsu had completed the Angel 9 tests and became a new generation of Angel God. At this time, Jin Ringsu was wearing Angel Holy Armor and holding Angel Holy Sword. Jin Ringsu's soul bone is the core inheritance of the Jin family of the Wuhan Hall, the Angel Set. A set of 6 soul bones can only be used by soul masters with 6-winged angel martial souls. Only when the soul power breaks through the 100th level can the last soul bone be absorbed. Each soul bone of the Angel God suit is 99,999 years. Only by using these 6 soul bones at the same time can they be stimulated to the level of 100,000 years at the same time, thus becoming a godlike existence. After Jin Ringsu completed the Angel 9 tests, the Angel suit turned into Angel God suit, becoming a set of God-level armor that perfectly fits her, Angel Holy Armor. Angel Holy Armor can absorb the energy contained in the sun's true fire and improve her abilities in all aspects. Paired with the Angel Holy Armor is a sword, the artifact Angel Holy Sword, which can draw the power of the sun's true fire. Bibi Dong's eyes were fixed on Jin Ringsu. The golden figure was like the first ray of sunshine in the morning, piercing the haze and despair in her heart. Jin Ringsu has become a god. Shock hit Bibi Dong's mind like a tide. She didn't expect that Jin Ringsu would become the god of angels in such a short time. A complex emotion flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, but she quickly recovered. So what if she became a god? I want all of you to be buried with Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong's voice echoed in the air, with hysterical madness. The Rakshasa power in her body was surging, as if she wanted to drag the whole world into her vortex of hatred. Jin Ringsu and Xiao Han looked at each other. There was no need to say more. The two of them were in sync and must stop Bibi Dong's crazy revenge plan. Bibi Dong, your sins will come to an end today. Jin Ringsu's voice was cold and firm. She held the holy sword of angels in her hand, and the 6 wings behind her gently flapped. The golden light spread all over the earth, adding a bit of sacredness and solemnity to this decisive battle. At the same time, Xiao Han moved his body, and the yin-yang domain of ice and fire instantly unfolded. The ice dragon and the fire dragon intertwined and swirled, releasing a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. Two completely different forces merged around him, forming a unique domain space, locking Bibi Dong firmly in it. Xiao Han has become an ice god, but he not only possesses the power of the ice god. After breaking through the 100th level, the power of the two dragon kings has become more terrifying. The Xianbing bow and arrow has become a divine weapon, containing divine power and the power of two dragons. Ho ha ho ha, Bibi Dong suddenly laughed, and the eerie and terrifying laughter filled the entire sky. A dark and deep power surged out of her body. It was the curse of the Rakshasa god, the curse of disaster. In the sky, a huge magic circle composed of black and purple runes slowly took shape, releasing a powerful gravity squeeze, trying to suppress Jinringsu and Xiao Han. Jinringsu also moved. Her figure flashed, and the angel domain suddenly unfolded, instantly covering thousands of square meters in the air. After becoming a god at level 100, Jinringsu's angel domain evolved into a domain exclusively for the god of angels. The brilliant golden light was even more dazzling than the sun. In the angel domain, Jinringsu is the absolute master. She turned into an illusion, increasing her own strength by 30%, while weakening Bibi Dong by 10%. The domain is full of sacred energy with a self-purifying and melting effect, which can continuously melt Bibi Dong's soul power. It can also weaken Bibi Dong's sensory ability and fix Bibi Dong in the center of the domain. Even if you move a distance with the help of Jinringsu's attack, you will immediately return to the center after the attack effect dissipates. Angel realm, purify all evil. Jinringsu's voice echoed in the realm, and every word was like the sound of nature, purifying the space polluted by Bibi Dong. Xiao Han's ice and fire domain complemented Jinringsu's angel domain. The ice dragon and the fire dragon were rampant in the domain, suppressing Bibi Dong's disaster curse. The collision of the two forces made the whole space tremble. Bibi Dong, end your sins. Jinringsu's tone was cold, and the angel's holy sword in her hand was raised high. An unprecedented sacred breath spread. Angel, judge, a huge golden light column descended from the sky. It was the condensation of the power of the sun and the final judgment of the angel god on the sins of the world. Wherever the light column passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, and all obstacles were purified into nothingness. Under the shining of this blazing light, Bibi Dong's movements became slow, and the Rakshasa power in her body was like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, melting quickly. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Wishful thinking, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with determination. She gathered the last of her soul power and launched her ultimate move, Rakshasa Prison. This is a small world built by Rakshasa divine power, trying to imprison Xiao Han and Jinringsu. At this critical moment, Xiao Han's 10th soul ring suddenly flashed. A god-killing arrow containing divine power and the power of the twin dragon kings flew out of the string, pointing directly at Bibi Dong, whose speed was restricted by Jinringsu. The blue-gold arrow containing mixed power exploded violently the moment it touched Bibi Dong. The Rakshasa divine suit on Bibi Dong exploded under the impact of the powerful divine power. She was severely injured, spitting blood, staggering, falling from the air, and falling heavily to the ground. Impossible. How could I lose? Looking at Xiao Han and Jinringsu, Bibi Dong's eyes were full of unwillingness and despair. She looked at the sky in front of her, which was purified to be almost spotless, and she felt an unprecedented sense of emptiness and loss in her heart. It was not only the Rakshasa god's armor that was shattered, but also her position as a god. She was no longer a high god. Jinringsu and Xiao Han stood side by side, and their figures looked particularly tall and sacred in the golden light. They successfully stopped Bibi Dong's revenge plan and completely solved this hidden danger. Bibi Dong, your ambition and hatred will only lead you to destruction. Let go of your obsession, everything is over. Jinringsu's voice was calm and powerful, and the angel's holy sword in her hand slowly dropped. No matter what, Bibi Dong was her biological mother, and she couldn't do it. Xiao Han, Jinringsu, I lost, but I don't need your pity. There was a hint of unyielding determination in Bibi Dong's voice. Her eyes were empty and deep, as if she had seen through life and death and transcended victory and defeat. Seeing the fragility and helplessness deep in Bibi Dong's heart, Jinringsu felt a complex emotion in her heart. She understood Bibi Dong's stubbornness and pride. Although she had always regarded Bibi Dong as an enemy, she felt a little sympathy for her now. A faint smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth. "Xia Gang, I'm here to accompany you. We will be together forever in the future." Bibi Dong's body began to emit a faint light, which seemed to be the last afterglow of her life. Under the shining of that light, her body gradually became transparent, and finally turned into nothingness and dissipated in the air, as if she had never existed in this world. Jin Ringsu and Xiao Han looked at each other, with a little loss in their eyes. In order to help her complete the angel god test, Jin Daoliu had sacrificed himself, and now Bibi Dong, the only one who had a blood relationship with her, had also left. Xiao Han held Jin Ringsu's hand and said softly, "Zuir, for Bibi Dong, dissipating in the world may be a relief. Well, she is too obsessed with Yu Xia Gang, and it seems that everything started because of Yu Xia Gang. But it's all over." At this moment, Shui Binger and others came over. They all felt unbelievable. "Xiao Han, is Bibi Dong dead?" Xiao Han nodded. "She is gone, and the biggest threat has been resolved." Several people looked at each other, their hearts filled with joy, but in front of Jin Ringsu, it was inconvenient to express it. Xiao Han came to Shui Binger and asked with concern, "Binger, are you okay?" Shui Binger shook her head gently. "With Ling Ling's treatment, I am fine now. It's just that this sea god trident," Shui Binger had not become a god after all, and the sea god trident was attacked by the Rakshasa demon side and several cracks appeared. Xiao Han smiled. "Binger, don't worry, I have a way to repair it," Xiao Han said, and took out a million-year-old whale pearl from the soul guide. "What is this?" Shui Binger was a little confused. Xiao Han explained, "This is a whale pearl taken out from the head of the million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king. It can be used to repair the damaged artifact." Hearing this, several people were surprised. "Does this whale pearl have such a magical effect? Try it." Xiao Han handed the whale pearl to Shui Binger. Shui Binger took it and carefully placed it close to the cracked surface of the sea god trident. "Binger, inject your soul power." "Okay." As Shui Binger slowly injected her soul power, the sea god trident gradually flashed a dazzling ice blue light. The whale pearl seemed to be awakened and also emitted a soft golden light. The ice blue and golden light intertwined and penetrated into the cracks of the sea god trident, producing a wonderful reaction. Those cracks that were originally clearly visible and shocking, under the action of this power, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye until they completely disappeared, as if they had never existed. Finally, when the light converged, the sea god trident returned to its original state. Not only were there no cracks, but it also added a bit of jade-like luster, as if it had become more powerful after this baptism. Shui Binger looked at the brand new sea god trident in her hand, her eyes full of wonder. She gently stroked the shaft of the trident, feeling the great power flowing through it, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. "Really, it's been repaired." Shui Binger turned to look at Xiao Han, and said happily, "Thank you, Xiao Han. Without this whale pearl, I really don't know what to do." "Binger, why are you being so polite to me? This whale pearl has finally completed its mission. Bibi Dong is dead, and you can return to the Sea God Island to continue your cultivation with peace of mind." Several people nodded and looked at Xiao Han, all reluctant to leave. Shui Binger said, "You go first, I'll be here soon." Several people smiled at each other and understood what Shui Binger meant. She wanted to talk to Xiao Han alone. "Then you guys talk." Jin Ringsu also turned around and walked in another direction. Shui Binger said softly, "Xiao Han, you have broken through the limits of human soul masters and become a god. What are your plans next?" "I will stay and wait for you to become a god. Wait for me." "Of course, you are the most important person in my heart." Shui Binger's cheeks flushed. "Jin Ringsu has also become a god. I can see that she also admires you, so you, no matter what, your position in my heart cannot be shaken," Xiao Han said, pulling Shui Binger's little hand and kissing her forehead gently. Shui Binger's heartbeat accelerated, and a warm current swept through her body. "Xiao Han, if you also have her in your heart, I don't mind, then let her be the little one, and you be the big one," Xiao Han said, hugging Shui Binger in his arms, gently stroking her aqua blue hair, and feeling her unique fragrance. "Binger, go with peace of mind, I will wait for you." "Well, I should go." "You go see Jin Ringsu, she seems a little sad." After a brief moment of tenderness, Shui Binger reluctantly left Xiao Han and caught up with Shui Yuir and the others. On this trip to the Sea God Island, she will complete the final test as soon as possible. After watching Shui Binger and the others leave, Xiao Han caught up with Jin Ringsu. Zuier, haven't you recovered yet? Jin Ringsu shook her head. I'm not sad about her death, but about my grandfather. In order to help me complete the test, my grandfather, thinking of her grandfather's sacrifice, Jin Ringsu was so uncomfortable that she couldn't speak. No matter how strong she is, she has a fragile side. Xiao Han gently wiped the tears from the corners of Jin Ringsu's eyes and stretched out his shoulder for her to lean on. Your grandfather also did this to fulfill you. He will live in your heart forever. Don't be sad, I'm still here. Feeling the warmth from Xiao Han, Jin Ringsu's mood eased a lot. In order to divert Jin Ringsu's attention, Xiao Han asked, in the angel god test that you experienced, there seems to be a test of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, right? After hearing this, Jin Ringsu's cheeks turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. How did you know that? I have the ability to predict the future. Haven't you always known it? Then who were you thinking of at that time? Yes, it was you. Jin Ringsu became even more shy. She lowered her head and did not dare to look directly at Xiao Han. After becoming a god, she looked only 18 or 19 years old. At this moment in front of Xiao Han, she behaved like a young girl. Xiao Han gently hooked Jin Ringsu's chin with his fingers and looked into her eyes. I have just made an appointment with Binger and will wait for her to become a god. In the future, I will marry her as my first wife. If you don't mind, you can be my little wife, is that okay? Doesn't she mind? Binger is the most considerate. It was she who proposed it, then I don't mind either. Xiao Han smiled and scratched Jin Ringsu's nose affectionately. Let's go. Let's go to Xianxia City to meet your future mother-in-law. Xiao Han took Jin Ringsu and walked briskly towards Xianxia City. The two chatted as they walked. Among your senior sisters, it seems that Shui Binger is not the only one who admires you, right? There is also Shui Yuir and the therapist. How do you know? My intuition is very sharp. When you like someone, your eyes will not lie. Then Binger will be the eldest, you will be the second, and then there will be the third and fourth. Many years later, Xiao Han achieved the position of Dragon God, unified the God realm with his God wives, and ascended the supreme throne of God King. The whole book is over. Thank you friends for your companionship along the way. I wish you all a happy life. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.